Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
Hello.
What's up, Smegs?
So this is the lobby chat.
Suppose so.
It's good to see you again, Leonardo de Lennon.
Thank you. It's very good to see you too. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, I got something really cool. I got a printer that's wireless.
That is pretty awesome. I think, yeah, mine's wired. It's supposed to work wireless, but it doesn't. Because it's a piece of shit.
I bought mine for $50 from Walmart. Can you imagine the day and the age we live in where for $50 you can get an HP printer that is wireless at Walmart for $50, and I have a stool to work with my cast iron sewing machine, and the stool only costs $12. It's crazy.
That is pretty interesting.
Yeah, so I got a stool that's a fold-out metal stool. I was going to get a wooden one, but then the fold-out one, I went, dude, it's half the price. It folds up. I can stick it behind something.
Yeah, no, totally. That's awesome. Oh, fuck.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm coming down with a bit of a cold. Rather unfortunate. It's one of those things going around the office. I see every other motherfucker has it. People giving me, like, papers and binders and shit. And I'm a massive germaphobe, so I'm just like, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Every 5 seconds. I was like, I know it's gonna happen. I just sort of accepted my fate.
What city are you in?
Sorry.
The city you live in.
New York.
Okay, that's right. I remember now. It's all coming back.
Yeah. That's sort of what it is with me. I'm a New Yorker.
I mean, that has nothing to do with getting the sniffles, silly.
Yeah.
You're just talking about the office. Like
Yeah.
a giant place.
Yeah, no, it's been going, honestly, it's been going around all over the damn city. Like every other place I go to, they're like, oh, yeah. It's just what it is. Oh, God. Fuck. Other thing is I've been trying to plan this New Year's trip this year, and the prices on the dates I needed to go, like, tripled, so I've been trying to rearrange shit, and that's been not so pleasant.
I'm going to keep talking to you, but I'm going to kill my camera because I have to do some things.
No, totally.
I have to type.
Mm.
Oh, let's see. I am now mailing out holsters at this point, so that's awesome.
That is pretty awesome. I actually, like, I did try to get into that for a very short time. I'd like to get back into it. Not at any kind of quality that you make it, because I saw your stuff and it's fantastic, but, just being able to make something that's even remotely passable would be a huge accomplishment for me.
The first holster I ever made, I showed up at the Airsoft event and showed my friends that, and they made a video where they were playing in Russian voices, talking about how this holster was made by a blind Russian grandma and how spectacular it was, just totally ripping me one side up and down the other. And I've come a long way since then.
No, yeah, I could definitely tell, because it's, the stuff that you put out is really nice. That you showed that night, I thought it was really nice. I mean, one day I'm sure I'll try to get back into it proper. I've just been, oh God, unbelievably fucking busy lately.
Well, it's one of those things that working with leather and holsters, it's a big startup investment because you gotta practice, learn the technique and all that. There's a lot to it. So it's not something you want to just jump into willy-nilly. I had a little bit of ramp up over a couple years. before I got into mine heavy. I mean, I think I made my first holster maybe 2010, and just off and on made them throughout then, and then really got into it later.
That is totally awesome, though. I mean, I mean, like I said, it's not that I, like, I'm like completely incapable or anything. I just feel like at this particular time, I'm juggling 8,000 other things, and I don't have the time. I don't have the time for really a lot of things I want to do. I hardly get to go shooting. I have to renew my goddamn permit, and just for that reason, I have to go down to the fucking gun store to do the whole, like, they make you take your picture and shit like that. So I might go do that tomorrow if I have like a minute before I have to meet a bunch of other people. And I might try to squeeze in a few rounds at that time, but I haven't gone shooting in a few months now.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to grab my credit card to print it. Sorry about that. I've got tile floors now. Which, that's a whole lot of fun, having people install tile. No, working with leather is just kind of, how do I say this? Thing of practice, a learned skill. Like, I could never be an artist.
No, neither can I. I can't even draw a fucking stick figure. That would be art. No, I have my cousin is actually a fucking fantastic artist, but I'm, a couple people in my family are good, but I'm not, to say the least. I couldn't draw for my fucking life.
Let's see if my magic printer works. Look at that. Let's make sure. Yeah, it says the right number on the printer thing. Print. Let's see if it functions. Gotta love technology sometimes. I mean, the fact that I can sit here making old-fashioned leather holsters, and then, what do you need? Side of paper. Hold on. Let's see. Alignment recommended. Nope. I do not care about alignment. It's a piece of paper. It's a printer. It ain't in there sideways. Give me my label. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's still printing out an alignment page. Can you believe that? Cancel alignment. Too late. Well, at least I wasted less ink. You know, the USPS requires a password that's at least 10 characters long with special symbols, not including the money sign or an exclamation point.
What the hell is that? Why?
That's ridiculous. You know, every password I have on Earth, I work at a bank, requires 8 letters and a special character. They want 2 special characters, a capital and lowercase, and the special characters won't fall into the normal special characters group. They want like tildes and crap.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I agree. Of all the passwords I've had to make up, this was the most ridiculous one per requirements.
Yeah. It's not really making you password. So I have to fucking remember it. My memory's gone to just shit.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, I used to be able to remember lots of things, all my passwords. If you told me a conversation we had like a week ago, 4 weeks ago, I'd be able to remember it in detail. Now I can't, I can't remember a goddamn thing ever.
I don't have a pair of scissors, but I have a knife. Exacto knife.
I don't like to use the knife, like a good sharp knife, better sometimes. You feel like it's more precise.
You know, I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. Something I learned. So, on my arm here,
Mm-hmm.
there it is. There's a big pink scar.
Mm-hmm.
Never stick your leather knife in the top of your arm. Don't do it.
Duly noted.
Trust me. You start playing around with leather, don't stick the knife in the top of your arm.
I will definitely try my best to follow that advice.
I still really don't know how it happened. It just did.
Shit like that always happens, though.
One of those freaky things where you're looking down at your arm going, with a handle sticking out of your arm going, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, I've done dumbass things. I think we all have done those things. One time, I was putting away my Beretta, and I was checking to make sure that it was unloaded, and the fucking slide just slammed forward and caught my fucking finger, and I just took a pretty nasty chunk of fucking skin off, and I was just bleeding all over the place.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say it went off, but catching your finger's not bad.
No, it wasn't that bad. The thing that sucked was that...
Dude, being bit by a slide's nothing to be embarrassed about.
No, this is what sucked, though. I was, it was no big... The thing is, it caught me on my fingertip, and it was like, it just did not stop bleeding. And I didn't care all that much, and I was sort of just... at the time, I was just, I put the gun away because I planned on starting to drink, and after it caught me, I didn't alter my plans. So I kept drinking, and then people came home and everything. Were like, oh, we should take you to the hospital. And I'm already pretty out of it, so I'm just like, whatever, I don't really give a fuck. And my fucking insurance sucks dick. They charged me $250 to look at my finger and put a fucking bandage on it. I was like, fuck you people. Like, as they're like about to oh, by the way, this is $250. I was like, oh god, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Interesting.
Yeah, nothing compared to what I'm dealing with now with medical bills, though. Went for an MRI for like a simple fucking shoulder injury, and they're like trying to charge me $1,100 after they told me that it was completely covered by my insurance.
Welcome to Obamacare.
Yep.
Well, there's the Yankee Marshall's holster ready to be sent off tomorrow morning. So I discovered my work sharps after trying it many times and not having any effect with it.
Mm-hmm.
That because it's just like an electric grinding wheel with a paper wheel.
Yes.
You just take the little blade and go, turn around like this, and it's ready to go. It's amazing. Once you have the edge on it and don't screw it up and mess it up and mess up the angle, it's pretty easy just to buff it up. You gotta realize, I cut through a lot of leather with this little, it's just like a curved X-Acto knife blade, and I just keep sharpening it over and over again and using it, and then I got replacements, but I just keep using.
That does look like it'd be very ideal for leather working.
Well, I tried the X-Acto knives when I began, but the kind of curved hook blade works far better for cutting through the leather than the X-Acto knife straight blade.
I could see that just in because I did make well, I wouldn't call it I made a mag pouch with leather, very, very, very bad mag pouch. So I did have to do a little bit of cutting, and yeah, I could see. I think I used an X-Acto knife, and I could totally see something like that working far better.
Do you want to know how I first learned to make a decent leather holster?
How?
I bought a book made in the 1930s that on the front cover had two cowboys kicking over a table with cards on it, pulling their guns. That was the front cover.
It's pretty interesting.
It's something Al Stratholme's book on making leather holsters. It's just this big white holster, and it's just got these holsters, and they're just covered in his designs and stuff with the rose leaves and the oak trees and all that stuff, decorative and everything. They're trying to make the basic holsters. And that was my first learning process to make the holster on, knowing the distance, the design, the way to sew, all that. That's how I learned how to sew with the double threaded needle figure 8 technique through there, which is what you want to do.
Would you say that was rather difficult to learn, the sewing part of it?
Oh, the sewing part's the hardest part of the whole leather making process.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that's why I got a leather sewing machine over there, because I don't want to sew them by hand. That hurts a lot to sew them by hand.
I know they use the wheel to make the dots, and then you kind of follow it with the thread, right?
You make the dots. How are you making the holes?
Stabbing them with an awl. That's how I did it.
Yep, I got an awl. I've also tried the punch where you hammer it, which is much easier. The punch, especially if you can get like a 4-prong or a 3-prong punch, go down the line. The hammer and the punch is the easiest way to make large holes and then sew it easily if you're doing a figure 8 technique. But nothing beats a $2,000 sewing machine. I mean,
you get what you pay for.
I mean, it's really going from trying to plow my own field with a mule and then using a tractor. I mean, it's a big difference.
Right.
And it's only worth it if you're going to make the money back like I am.
Right. No, of course. I mean, if you're making stuff that is good quality like you are, I can imagine you definitely make your money back on something like that. Especially if you're doing it often. I can imagine just the sheer convenience of it.
Look at this. Look at this belt. Do you realize that at the point I'm at, sewing this double stitch on one side and stitch on the other on this full length of belt, I'm so used to doing it fast on the holsters that when I have to do a belt and just sit there and run the belt through it, I'm sitting here going, this is going to take 2 or 3 minutes. Or maybe 5 minutes to do this entire belt. And then I stop and think about it and go, wait, I'm an idiot. 2 or 3 minutes for a belt? I mean, it seems, because I'm just running it through, I'm not actually controlling the movements. The belt takes about the same as a holster just because you're running at full power. You're going full steam and you're using a roller wheel guide just to go it through in a straight line. I mean,
No, I can imagine. Yeah, that would definitely take a bit longer.
and using the roller wheel, using that, and I've made so many mistakes. I've learned so much from it. Now it's becoming quite regular just to punch one of these things out and have it look very good and no major mistakes.
Oh yeah, but that's just how I think things go in general. With anything, you just kind of get used to. Like you see these guys who are like fantastic shooters, like Jerry Michalek and such, and they're just stuff that me, I would look like a fucking moron attempting to do and not even hit my target. These guys can do in like 0.03 seconds and hit 8 targets no problem. It's pretty crazy. But it's like you said, it just kind of becomes, after a while, muscle memory almost.
Absolutely. I mean, it's something that is a learned technique. And to be honest with you, anything you're going to make money at is going to have some form of machine automation involved at this point in technology. I mean, you're not going to be able to produce enough to make a living off something that you hand sew yourself or knit yourself and make a living off that. You got to use the technology that's available. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
but you'd be amazed at what that sewing machine can do. I mean, it's nothing fancy. I mean, my wife does the most beautiful embroidery. She sits on a computer and designs the embroidery patterns, and
Wow.
the machine embroider them and stuff. And
That's pretty nice.
ins and outs and all that. And
Hmm.
she does all that, and she'll make like this beautiful thing on whatever design you want, on a pillowcase, on a baby blanket, anything. Your picture, she could embroider that onto just a piece of cloth, whatever you want it on.
That's
She could do that easy.
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and that is awesome. And I'm sitting here making a belt, a freaking belt. Except the fact is that the Chinese and whoever haven't figured out that people want to buy high-end gun belts.
Well,
The specialty product.
I mean, look, there's skill when it comes to anything, isn't there? I mean, we all have our talent and stuff like that. I think it's very awesome. Your wife can make something awesome like that. That's awesome. But the fact that you can make a leather holster or a belt, that's really neat as hell too.
She still rings around me as far as skill level. But I do what I can.
It's all you can do. You just try to make yourself better and the best that you can.
I think she could, if I taught her how to use the leather working equipment, I think she could run rings around me at it too, but she's into her thing, and that's fine.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I like to say. We're all good at something different. You know what I'm saying? And so it's good to take that into account.
I'm going to end up old man making leather gun belts with a wife who embroiders and sews beside me. It's going to be kind of funny.
That's pretty awesome.
Well, I never thought that middle age you'd get into stuff like this. I mean, come on, it's a crazy world we live in, right?
I'm 24 and I think that shit's awesome. So there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's all cool. We're all like I said, we're all into different things and we're all good at different things.
It's true.
Yeah.
You're 24. What are you good at?
Uh,
Mohawks and worrying?
I don't know. I got a lot of shit I'm interested in. I wouldn't call myself good at something. I would just say I'm interested. Like I don't know. I like languages. That's fun for me.
Languages. Okay. Tell me something else you love.
Music.
You love music. Are you a musician?
Oh yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
What else do you love to do?
Accounting, I suppose. No.
That's a
If I loved it, I would be a fucking CPA already. Um,
Being a CPA is not a passion.
no.
It's
Well,
something you're good at and something you like.
I'm interested in a lot of things. The thing that takes up most of my time is music, languages, just people. I'm very into having a good social life. That's very important. Having a lot of good friends and travel. I travel a lot too. That's something I'm very into.
Travel agent.
That's not really a
What?
skill though, you know.
Hold
And
on. Travel agent, but only to sophisticated places. Hmm. Hmm.
I wouldn't call all the places I go super sophisticated.
I'm just, I'm just spitballing here. You're only
No,
20.
I do like being an
You said
accountant.
you're into being a musician, so I wouldn't say go become the next biggest rock star. I mean, come on. Let's be
Oh,
realistic here. What
no.
type of things do you love and are interested in that could provide a living and fulfillment for your life? And that is the thing that all of us are trying to find.
Oh well, for me it's the accounting. I'm happy with that. It's for a career. Oh, I love it
Now,
honestly.
do you want to be in a big high rise and be an accountant, or would you like to be an accountant and live in the countryside and just have a set of clientele?
Um, I'm honestly the company that I've been with for these past few years has been great to me. I don't plan on being there for the rest of my life, but I'll stick around there for a few more years. Probably head out to a city, maybe Portland, maybe Dallas, maybe something like that, where I could actually express my freedom and stuff like that. I may spend a little time in Europe too. I haven't really decided on that just yet. Um, right now I'm just focused on getting my CPA, and once I get that, I'll sort of figure everything out. As much as I realize it's not the easiest thing in the world to do. I am also in a band, and that is fun as hell too.
Well, if that's your passion, follow it.
It is that I love.
But pay the bills.
Oh no, that's not a problem at all. Uh, Thankfully, accounting is it allows you to provide you know you don't see too many accountants who are jobless, which is nice. I remember when I left, a lot of my friends who were in different fields, they have hard times finding jobs and such. But all my friends in the accounting field and everything, pretty much right out of university, had a job.
Hmm.
Yeah, which is good. The exciting world of accounting.
All right. Well, you need to drink some green tea. Not that crap you buy in a bottle. Get some green tea packets.
Oh, I know, dude. I got myself some good stuff in the office.
I was going to say my favorite green tea is the Lipton's orange and jasmine blend. That is the best crap. And drink it hot, put some honey in it, and it'll make you feel better.
I bought some today. It's it's this green tea. The Japanese name is Genmaicha, but it's like brown rice with green tea roasted. It's really good, man. I get it at the Japanese market down the street from my office, and I really like it.
Okay, dude, to each his own.
No, yeah, no, totally. But
Hey, man, I had brown rice today, but I didn't drink it in tea. Ooh,
no, it's good stuff, bro. It gives it a nice starchy taste.
yum. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, you're leaving?
Yeah, and got to go to bed soon.
Understood. I'll probably be following the next 10, 20 minutes. Have a great night, buddy. It was great talking to you.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Likewise. Night.
Night.
money in luggage. But the Ford dealer was in the valley, okay, and there's no Ford dealer in Malibu, so they towed it up to Topanga Game to the Ford dealer in Canoga Park or Woodland Hills or whatever it was, and
2. He will win who knows how to handle both superior and inferior forces. 3. He will win whose army is animated by the same spirit throughout all its ranks.
The brave man, the covetous man, and the stupid man. For the wise man delights in establishing his merit. The brave man likes to show his courage in action. The covetous man is quick at seizing advantages. And the stupid man has no fear of death. Sun Tzu said, "The good fighters of old first put themselves beyond the possibility of defeat, and then waited for an opportunity of defeating the enemy." To secure ourselves against defeat lies in our own hands, but the opportunity of defeating the enemy is provided by the enemy himself. Thus, the good fighter is able to secure himself against defeat, but cannot make certain of defeating the enemy. Hence the saying, one may know how to conquer without being able to do it. Security against defeat implies defensive tactics. Ability to defeat the enemy means taking the offensive. Standing on the defensive indicates insufficient strength. Attacking indicates a superabundance of strength. The general who is skilled in defense hides in the most secret recesses of the earth. He who is skilled in attack flashes forth from the topmost heights of heaven like a thunderbolt, against which there is not time to prepare. Thus, on the one hand, we have ability to protect ourselves. On the other, our victory that is complete. To see victory only when it is within sight of the common herd is not the height of excellence. Nor is it the height of excellence if you fight and conquer and the whole empire says, "Well done." To lift a hair is no sign of great strength. To see the sun and the moon is no sign of sharp sight. To hear the noise of thunder is no sign of a quick ear. What the ancients called a clever fighter is one who not only wins, but excels in winning with ease. His victories bring him neither reputation for wisdom nor credit for courage. He wins his battle by making no mistakes. Making no mistakes is what establishes the certainty of victory, for it means conquering an enemy that is already defeated. Hence, the skillful fighter puts himself into a position that makes defeat impossible, and does not miss the moment for defeating the enemy. Thus it is that in war, the victorious strategist only seeks battle after the victory has been won, whereas he who is destined to defeat fights and afterward looks for victory. The consummate leader cultivates the force and strictly adheres to method and discipline. Thus, it is in his power to control success. In respect of military method, we have 1. Measurement, 2. Estimation of quantity, 3. Calculation, 4. Balancing of chances, 5. Victory. Measurement owes its existence to earth, estimation of quantity to measurement, calculation to estimation of quantity, balancing of chances to calculation, and victory to balancing of chances. A victorious army opposed to a routed one is as a pound's weight placed in the scale against a single grain. The onrush of a conquering force is like the bursting of pent-up waters into a chasm 1,000 fathoms deep. This is all there is to be said about tactics.
Dumu said, "True excellence is to plan secretly, to move surreptitiously, to foil the enemy's intentions and thwart his schemes, so that at last the day may be won without shedding a drop of blood. Inasmuch as such victories are gained over circumstances that have not yet come to light, the world at large knows nothing of them, and the clever fighter wins no reputation for wisdom. Inasmuch as the hostile state submits before there has been any bloodshed, he receives no credit for courage."
Zheng Yu added, "One who seeks to conquer by sheer strength, clever though he may be at winning pitched battles, is also liable on occasion to be vanquished, whereas he who can look into the future and discern conditions that are not yet manifest will never make a blunder, and therefore invariably win."
And Cao Gong remarked, "The thing is, to see the plant before it has germinated, to foresee the event before the action has begun." Li Chuan told this story. Han Xin, when about to attack a vastly superior army, said to his officers, "Gentlemen, we are going to annihilate the enemy, and shall meet again at dinner." The officers hardly took his words seriously, and gave a very dubious assent. But Han Xin had already worked out in his mind the details of a clever stratagem, whereby, as he foresaw it, he was able to capture the city and inflict a crushing defeat on his adversary.
Referring to measurement and its corollaries, Dumu concluded, "The question of relative strength having been settled, we can bring the varied resources of cunning into play."
Chapter 5. Energy and Power. Direct and indirect maneuvers, the power of decision, combined energy.
Sun Tzu said, the control of a large force is the same in principle as the control of a few men. It is merely a question of dividing up their numbers. Fighting with a large army under your command is in no way different from fighting with a small one. It is merely a question of instituting signs and signals. To ensure that your whole host may withstand the brunt of the enemy's attack and remain unshaken, use both direct and indirect maneuvers. That the impact of your army may be like a grindstone dashed against an egg, this is effected by the science of weak points and strong, the hollow and the solid. In all fighting, the direct method may be used for joining battle, but indirect methods will be needed in order to secure victory. Indirect tactics, efficiently applied, are as inexhaustible as heaven and earth, unending as the flow of rivers and streams. Like the sun and the moon, they end but to begin anew. Like the 4 seasons, they pass away but to return once more. There are not more than 5 musical notes, yet the combinations of these 5 give rise to more melodies than can ever be heard. There are not more than 5 primary colors, yet in combination they produce more hues that can ever be seen. There are not more than 5 cardinal tastes: sour, acrid, salt, sweet, bitter. Yet combinations of them yield more flavors than can ever be tasted. In battle, there are not more than 2 methods of attack: the direct and the indirect. Yet these 2 in combination give rise to an endless series of maneuvers. The direct and the indirect lead on to each other in turn. It is like moving in a circle. You never come to an end. Who can exhaust the possibilities of their combination? The onset of troops is like the rush of a torrent that will even roll stones along in its course. The power of decision is like the well-timed swoop of a falcon that enables it to strike and destroy its victim. Therefore, the good fighter will be terrible in his onset and prompt in his decisions. Energy may be likened to the bending of a crossbow. Decision may be likened to the releasing of the trigger. Amid the turmoil and tumult of battle, there may be seeming disorder, and yet no real disorder at all. Amid confusion and chaos, your array may be without head or tail, yet it will be proof against defeat. Simulated disorder postulates perfect discipline. Simulated fear postulates courage. Simulated weakness postulates strength. Hiding order beneath the cloak of disorder is simply a question of subdivision. Concealing courage under a show of timidity presupposes a fund of latent energy. Masking strength with weakness is to be affected by tactical dispositions. Thus, one who is skillful at keeping the enemy on the move maintains deceitful appearances, according to which the enemy will act. He sacrifices something that the enemy may snatch at. By holding out baits, he keeps him on the march. Then with a body of picked men, he lies in wait for him. The clever combatant looks to the effect of combined energy and does not require too much from individuals. Hence, his ability to pick out the right men and to utilize combined energy. When he utilizes combined energy, his fighting men become, as it were, like rolling logs or stones. For it is the nature of a log or stone to remain motionless on level ground and to move when on a slope. It is also in the nature of a log or a stone, if square, to come to a standstill, but if round-shaped, to go rolling down. Thus, the energy developed by good fighting men is as the momentum of a round stone rolled down a mountain thousands of feet in height. So much on the subject of energy.
Dumu reminds us of Han Shin's famous reply to the first Han Emperor who once said to him, "How large an army do you think I could lead?" "Not more than 100,000 men, Your Majesty." "And you?" asked the Emperor. "Oh," he answered, "the more the better."
On direct and indirect, it was said, in war, to march straight ahead is Zheng. Turning movements, on the other hand, are Qi.
Emperor Tai Zung said, "A Qi indirect maneuver may be Zheng direct if we make the enemy look upon it as Zheng. Then our real attack will be Qi, and vice versa. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy so that he cannot fathom our real intent."
Lionel Giles observes, there is emphasis on proper timing here and restraint, like that which keeps the falcon from swooping on its quarry until the right moment. There is also the matter of judging when the right moment has arrived.
Wang Qi referred to the falcon's mode of attack, short and sharp, and said, "This is how the psychological moment should be seized in war."
Dumu said, if you wish to feign confusion in order to lure the enemy on, you must first have perfect discipline. If you wish to display timidity in order to entrap the enemy, you must first have extreme courage. If you wish to parade your weakness in order to make the enemy overconfident, you must have exceeding strength.
Jiang Yu related this anecdote of Emperor Hao Qi. Wishing to crush the Xiongnu, he sent out spies to report on their condition. But the Xiongnu, forewarned, carefully concealed all their able-bodied men and well-fed horses, and only allowed infirm soldiers and emaciated cattle to be slain. The result was that the spies, one and all, recommended the emperor to deliver his attack. Lu Jing alone opposed them, saying, "When two countries go to war, they are naturally inclined to make an ostentatious display of their strength. Yet our spies have seen nothing but old age and infirmity. This is surely some ruse on the part of the enemy, and it would be unwise for us to attack." The emperor, however, disregarding this advice, fell into the trap and found himself surrounded.
Dumu pointed out the converse. If one's force happens to be superior to the enemy's, weakness may be simulated in order to lure him on. But if inferior, he must be led to believe that we are strong in order that he may keep off. In fact, all the enemy's movements should be determined by the signs that we choose to give him.
Dumu relates this anecdote. Sun Pin and Tian Ji, leaders of the Qi state, were sent against the general Tang Juan of Wei. Sun Pin said, "Our side has a reputation for cowardice, and therefore our adversary despises us. Let us turn this circumstance to our advantage." Accordingly, when the army had crossed the border into Wei territory, he gave orders to show 100,000 fires on the first night, 50,000 on the next, and the night after only 20,000. Tang Juan pursued them hotly, saying to himself, "I knew these men were cowards. Their numbers have already fallen away by more than half." In his retreat, Sun Pin came to a narrow defile, which he calculated that his pursuers would reach after dark. Here he had a tree stripped of its bark and inscribed upon it the words, "Under this tree shall Tang Juan die." Then, as night began to fall, he placed a strong body of archers in ambush nearby, with orders to shoot the moment they saw a light. Later on, Pan Zhuang arrived at the spot and, noticing the tree, struck a light in order to read what was written on it. His body was immediately riddled by a volley of arrows, and his whole army thrown into confusion.
On matters of combined energy, Dumu stated, "The general first of all considers the power of his army in bulk. Afterward, he takes individual talent into account and uses each man according to his capabilities. He does not demand perfection from the untalented."
Chapter 6. Weak points and strong. Speed and distance. Secrecy and concealment. The infinite variety of circumstances.
Sun Tzu said, "Whoever is first in the field and awaits the coming of the enemy will be fresh for the fight. Whoever is second in the field and has to hasten to battle will arrive exhausted. Therefore, the clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him. By holding out advantages to him, enticing him with a bait, he can cause the enemy to approach of his own accord, or by inflicting damage, striking at some important point which the enemy will have to defend, he can make it impossible for the enemy to draw near. If the enemy is taking his ease, he can harass him. If the enemy is well supplied with food, he can starve him out. If the enemy is quietly encamped, he can force him to move. Appear at points that the enemy must hasten to defend. March swiftly to places where you are not expected. An army may march great distances without distress if it marches through country where the enemy is not. You can be sure of succeeding in your attacks if you only attack places that are undefended. You can ensure the safety of your defense if you only hold positions that cannot be attacked. That general is skillful in attack whose opponent does not know what to defend, and he is skillful in defense whose opponent does not know what to attack. O divine art of subtlety and secrecy! Through you we learn to be invisible and unheard, and hence we can hold the enemy's fate in our hands. You may advance and be absolutely irresistible if you make for the enemy's weak point. You may retire and be safe from pursuit if your movements are more rapid than those of the enemy.
Hey guys.
To do one thing. I've got nothing to fight for.
What are you watching?
Nothing will stand in our way. I will finish what you started.
Oh, you found a proper one?
So Princess Leia's in it.
Yes, post chicken wing and bourbon.
Yeah.
Just Han Solo in it.
No,
Yeah,
Princess Leia, Han Solo, and I think even Mark Hamill's in it too.
Oh hell yeah! Yeah.
What
It might even be the real Chewbacca even.
What is new about the TIE fighters?
They look different than they did in the other movies. That's what.
They're more. You know how Darth Vader had the one that was all like low profile, and then the regular TIE fighters were all.
It was actually just a
white or
prototype.
gray in like boxes or whatever. Well, because they also the Darth Vader style. That's the one that they ended up making bombers out of and stuff like that. But that's another story. So this one is just like whatever advancements you'd have in the last 20 to 30 years in TIE fighter technology. So they're a little smoother, or
I don't necessarily
not
like
quite
the
as boxy. What's that, Strike?
I don't like the cosmetics of the new TIE fighters. I mean, I don't see. Excuse me. I don't see why they don't just take like a TIE Defender or a TIE Interceptor and just use that instead, because those look better.
Because you got to sell the new toy, man. Just like you notice that the new Stormtrooper helmets and stuff, like it's a smoother look. You know, it's not.
But it looks like they're trying to turn Star Wars and do the same thing that they did with Star Trek and just completely redo it. And even though they have the older actors there, you know.
And they are gonna take my money probably several times.
Well, I may see it, but I ain't paying. You know.
Did you buy it?
Yep. You have to. No, I didn't. I don't think I live in an area where I have to worry about that. But like you have to understand, man. I saw the original at the Delft Theater in downtown Escanaba, which is in Michigan, and it's a million miles away, and it's a million years ago. But I was just. It was one of those things where I was the right age as a kid, and
it was a long time ago in a city far, far away.
Absolutely, dude.
Yes.
That is accurate.
Yeah, it's a little before my time, so.
Well, and let's say that I look a little more like Chewbacca now than I did then.
Let's just put it this way: all the other movies, you know, the prequel movies they did, I did see them opening night. You know, the first night they started showing them. So I was always there for the premiere. So I'm just not sure I want to be there for this premiere.
Man, well, see, that's my thing. I don't have to go out opening night. That part, as long as I get there, like maybe that first weekend or something, just so I don't have to hear a million people talking about it. Kind of like DB was going off last night about it, like, I gotta get my ticket because I ain't gonna be on fucking Monday and listening to everybody talk a bunch of shit about it.
Well, for me, it's an hour drive just to the closest theater, so. You know.
I think I got 20, 25 minutes, and I can go to 2 different ones. And if I drive 45 minutes, I can go to another one. So, and you know,
because we had a theater here in town, but apparently they didn't have digital, and they didn't really get much business because they didn't have the good movies. So they closed the whole theater down.
In the little town that I live in currently. Almost the same thing happened between Netflix and Redbox, or streaming pretty much killed it. So now we got to go into what we would call out here driving to town, even though I live in a town like it's not really the big city, but it's probably the most congregation of people we got in any one spot on this rock is over in what we call town, like Kahului. That's where the airport is and shit. The Walmart, the Costco, Sears, you know, all that shit is over there. So they
Right.
got a couple of different movie theaters over there. And, multi-screen and all this and that, so they're going to be just playing the fuck out of it. As they should.
Well, there are other ways I can see it if I don't see it premiere, so don't even go there.
Right.
But I may see it in theaters. I'm not sure whether I want to see it premiere or just the next day. You okay there, I?
They're having an earthquake or something.
Either that or, the planets aren't in alignment or something.
Breaking up if you're saying anything at all.
Check, check.
There you are.
Yeah, I don't know how far I got into my rant before I realized that you couldn't hear what I was saying.
Not at all, so continue.
Shit, like I said, I don't remember where I was at. Like, town is where the airport is, Sears, Costco.
Right, we got that part.
Okay, yeah, that's all I was saying. I think.
Yeah, and as I said, I don't know whether I'm going to go to the premiere or if I'll just go the next day.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, yeah. I don't like lines. The premiere doesn't bother me as much. I can go the next day and not feel bad about it. I think that probably was what I said last.
See, what I generally do if I'm going to go to a premiere, generally I order the tickets online ahead of time because you can do that. So that's generally how I see premieres, because it's easier to buy the ticket, online prior,
Well, that
than
was
trying to do it.
that was the whole thing about today that DB Cooper was talking about last night was, I'm getting up early or whatever, I'm going on Fandango and ordering my tickets. And I think I asked him last night, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then he explained to me, it's like how crazy it is. He lives like in Atlanta or whatever. So like there's half a bazillion people over there and, only so many theaters. So I can understand where it's an issue.
Well, I did that for the other 3 Star Wars movies, so I figured I might as well go ahead and do it for this one too. But I'm not sure whether I want to see it, at midnight, or if I just may want to just sleep and see it the next day. Because, I don't like staying up too late anymore. It's starting to kick my ass.
I certainly don't want to fall asleep during it.
Neither do I. Though, as loud as they play those movies, you have to be like a really heavy sleeper in order to sleep through one of those.
Well, I may or may not have passed out during a new movie before. I'd like to say that I was sleeping, but I'm pretty sure it was passing out.
Well, let's hope it was a chick flick.
I don't even really remember much. Ooh, that's a good picture. So, if HVS is out there, and
yeah, I think he left.
Well, this thing says 6:29, and that's only 4 minutes ago. The last comment that he made out in the external.
Oh yeah, he's out there chatting on the external, yeah.
G-Webs, were we talking about the secrets of ISIS the other night? And I don't mean Islamic State. I'm talking about the hot chick from the 70s in the white dress and the tiara.
That was last night.
That was last night? Okay.
That was last night.
Man, I think she runs a hotel on Big Island. I'm going to have to go stay at ISIS's place. I think she's like 62, 64, or something like that.
She's right up your alley then.
I mean, I guess if she still fits in the tiara, but...
I don't think you want to see that in a tiara.
I don't know.
What about her?
She either runs it or she owns like either a little B&B or like a little inn or hotel over on Big Island. And I think that's where my friends are going to stay when they go over in December. So I'm going to try and get a little recon report Had a crush on her. Had a crush on Wonder Woman. You know, like Wonder Woman had bigger boobs, but Isis had a more of a sexy uniform, in my opinion. I found myself watching the Secrets of Isis videos on YouTube a little while ago this afternoon. Like, man.
Surprise, surprise.
I don't like to objectify female superheroes, so I rank them in order of how they empower the females.
Well, this one is like a chemistry teacher, and she uses her brain more than brawn or anything like that. So, and one of the episodes was trying to get this one young lady to stop having such a negative self-image of herself. So it definitely.
Is that one of the episodes where they finally have her take off her glasses and then put down her hair and she shakes her hair around and then she's hot?
Well, see, the funny thing is she's still kind of hot with those glasses in the early to mid '70s skirt and blouse.
Yeah, but then that's going by that, isn't that more librarian hot than regular?
Oh well, because then when she changes into, she says Mighty Isis or whatever it is, that's when all of a sudden the hair's down, the tiara is on, the little white flowy short dress is on, and she's got a pretty decent tan, so she looks pretty fucking good. It was that talking about Elektra and Dyna Girl yesterday, I think, that got me started on all that shit.
I didn't mind that part of the show, but then where it would talk about the jihad against the infidels, that part always left.
Well, sometimes things got to be done for the right reasons, of course. Plus, Elektra and Dyna Girl, they were pretty cute back in the day.
So she's basically like a Egyptian cheerleader.
That's a pretty good actual description here, actually.
Maybe an Egyptian tennis player.
How about an American trying to look like an Egyptian tennis player?
Oh shit!
Actually, that was
glasses and her kind of clothes, whatever she's got going on here.
All right, here we go. The Secrets of Isis episodes playlist, incorrect order. Link incoming for anybody that is interested.
And her power was that bird would come over and land on her arm. And she would talk to us.
I just actually read an interview. She hated the fucking crow Tut that was supposed to be like her intermediary or something like that, but she said it was a very mean bird. And she was kind of like a model/actress. She was in some other stuff. I think she got buck naked in a movie called BS I Love You, I think. And this was before she became Isis. So at some point, Isis was buck naked before she was Isis.
Well, this was before she dug up the lost treasure and found out she was heir to the legend of Isis.
There you go. That is probably pretty accurate. She had to go out there and work just like everybody else.
Look at her little lab friend.
Is that the crow? Oh, or do you mean
little hottie in the lab?
Yes, I don't think she made it into season 2, unfortunately. Or the
worked in a lab, so she was like Quincy during the day, and then Wonder Woman at night. That had to be. I would think that'd be a winning combination.
Well, and see what they did is like they did 2 seasons, and then do you remember like the Shazam Power Hour or the Super 7 or something like that? I think is what it was called. So what they ended up doing was like the show didn't get picked up for a 3rd season, and then like a year or 2 later, that Shazam thing was on. So basically, she would get her show would get like played on that, just the reruns though, and not always in order either. And then I think she was in 2 episodes of The Amazing Spider-Man. I'm sorry, what?
Does it matter if they're in order, or were they self? Did they
I had not noticed yet that it makes a difference, other than one of the interviews that I was reading. It said basically you can kind of tell from episode 1 to like, you know, the end of the 2nd season how things, like whether the production or the budget or whatever, improved as it went.
All right, guys, I'm out. I'll see you guys later.
All right, peace.
That awkward moment when somebody ducks out of the chat to be alone with the ISIS videos you just linked to.
I mean, she is hot, dude. I mean, there's no denying that. Whether you're talking 70s hot or 80s hot or now hot, like, ISIS is fucking... Like, I would like to, when I go to Front Street on Halloween or whatever, when all the people are semi-clad in clothes and the rest of it's kind of naked, I would like to see an ISIS costume. I think that would be... And I'm talking the Egyptian, this ISIS lady, not the bad guys.
Not a black robe with a ninja mask and a sword?
Right, not those guys. The super hottie with the tiara and the white short dress. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Black flag that some bird pooped on?
Right, not that. And yeah, her little science class helper is kind of a little nugget too.
Well, I think that her science friend could be the driver for the cool 70s van. You'd want to drive around with ISIS.
Actually, it's funny. They had a little van issue in one of the episodes I watched. They had ham radio for the science fair in the first episode that I watched. I think it was like episode 11 or 12 or 10 or something.
Where'd they film this? In like Wisconsin?
No, this is like Reseda or something like that in California. It's like at CBS Studios, and then like the high school that they film at, I think, is Reseda.
I like how back in the 70s they just didn't even bother. They just take a building and they just take a piece of wood and they write City Hall on the piece of wood.
Yes. Yes.
There you go. Must be the City Hall because of telling us.
Right, because then you don't even have to ask. You go, oh, well, that must be City Hall then. It was funny, the ham radio one. Like, the guy didn't win the science fair because, like, his antenna had a short or something like that, so it didn't come in clear. And it's from the 70s or whatever, so, like, they were when the teacher walked up or whatever, he called him, like, a ham instead of an amateur radio operator or whatever. And then, like, when the guy doing the grading came up, he, like, said, in an emergency, we're going to be counting on the hams. And then, I guess it must have been an inside joke from back in the 70s, because then the other little young lady gave him grief and said, amateur radio operators, like, motherfucker. But he ended up fixing the antenna on it and ended up kind of saving the day. I mean, other than ISIS saving the day, but the ham radio guy was a hero.
I understand some of the people here are connecting the UFOs and the disappearances.
Are you on Lights of Mystery Mountain?
Yep.
In one of the episodes, dude, like the star on the cop car, like the decal was put on so badly that like it was into the bottom part of the door almost. So sometimes they were trying hard, and other times they weren't trying so much. And like the one teacher right there, since it's still the 70s or whatever, he's kind of like the sexist, sort of. And like they're trying to like bring him around. Because like one of them was comparing like the one chick to ISIS, and he like the words came out of his mouth, but it was a crossover episode with Captain Marvel, and the teacher chick goes, well, or the ISIS chick goes, well, how do you compare every man to Captain Marvel as he's standing next to him or whatever? You know, like Captain Marvel would whoop his ass. So he kind of got taught a little bit of a lesson. So I got a feeling that's kind of how it goes. He says something sexist. They got to break it down for him. You hate to say it, but the Asian chick, she's smart. She's got good math skills and is like the chemistry TA basically. And I think they got one other little friend that they run around with, but I'm not sure. It's been a long time since I'd watched any of these episodes. I mean, I hadn't really watched any of these episodes since they first aired, just about. I'm going to step out for a cigarette, and I'll be right back.
All right, I'll throw the link out there again.
Thank you, Seth.
It's just like the other one, just like at the cabin. I just don't know what's going on. I mean, I really...
I've heard that sound before. The UFOs, they're coming. Here they are.
They're real. I don't believe it, but they're real.
Let's get to higher ground. My camera! I forgot my camera! Oh no, I'm out of film.
I don't understand. They weren't moving that fast. Maybe they landed somewhere.
Oh no! Andrea, Rick. you. They've come back.
She went back to get her camera. It shouldn't have taken this long. Well, I gotta say anything more up here now anyway. I gotta go call that.
Cindy, where are you?
Cindy! Cindy! Cindy.
Too funny.
It's got to sound like a radio show if you just listen to the audio.
You know, it was almost reminding me of like the old Doctor Who's that they would do kind of on the radio, kind of like. And you definitely got to put a lot of your mind into seeing it if you're not actually watching the episode, you know?
So does she get turned into ISIS, or is she already ISIS?
She's got us like, it's like Shazam, where, you know, like Billy Batson is Billy Batson, like isn't super strong, can't fly, none of that, until like he says the word, like Captain Marvel has to say the words Shazam. Well, ISIS has to say Mighty ISIS or whatever, and then like you see the cloud change, and there's a little bit of a wind and kind of like smoke, and then she changes. So she's not actually ISIS, like she can't fly or anything like that either. When she's the teacher.
In this first episode, is that when she turns into this thing, or has she just always had this and it's just the first episode just where it starts her story, but she's already ISIS?
I think this just starts her story because she's already been, like they show in the beginning of the episode, like every episode or whatever. It's like, you know, this teacher or whatever that goes to Egypt and finds the box, and then she becomes the next heir to the powers of ISIS or whatever. So,
okay, so there's no origin first episode. It's just like straight up, here's this ISIS chick, and she's already fighting crime.
Right.
Or I guess you have.
But what we're about 10 minutes in, and she hasn't even been ISIS once yet, though, right?
No, but she walks around wearing this crazy pantsuit all the time, so.
Well, she does. She's not wearing the pantsuit in every episode, but it's definitely, you know, 70s garb.
I watch most of this stuff for the cars and stuff anyway. That's already been worth it for that.
Like in like the tall, goofy-looking dude in the white shirt and the tie, like that's his thing. The car, the thing, you know, the Volkswagen thing. Yeah. And like she drives like some yellow Camaro or Firebird or something like that. So yeah, I kind of with you on that, and the old cars and whatnot. Like an El Camino with mag tires, and probably some BFGs on there.
They have an El Camino on there?
Say again?
You're saying there's an El Camino in the show?
You broke up a little. What on the show?
Are you saying there's an El Camino on this show?
Yeah, on this episode. At about 11 and some change. It looks pretty badass, actually. Looks in really good shape. As it should, because it's the freaking 70s. The pomade hair, and the other guy's got pork chops. Is there anybody? What are they doing out there in the old Chatteroo?
There's 10 people watching and nobody really chatting.
Okay.
Oh shit, that looks like an 80s. 82 or something? Or wait. No, it could be like a 74 or 76.
I don't think it can be because this show is like on in 75.
Yeah, it's probably a 74 or something like that.
And that convertible that those boys are driving around in is pretty nice too. Why does the bad guy gotta drive the El Camino? What's up with that?
The evil car.
Yeah, I guess so. It can't decide if it's a car or a truck, right? Oh, here we go. I got a feeling I'm at about 1410, and she's about, yep, 1410, and she's about to change. She's like, just leave me here on the side of the road, up in the mountains in California, everything will be all right. And one of the articles that I was reading, you know, like this was pre-Christopher Reeve Superman, right, when they kind of redid how the flying was done. So this is like old George Reeves type of Superman, where it's like the blue screen and you're literally hanging right in front of it or whatever.
That guy pulls up and listens to him tell the sheriff all about how he's the bad guy. And then when the sheriff gets in the car, he's like, oh, I better leave.
Yeah. I'm not saying that the writing is going to win any Screen Actors Awards or anything like that, but I guess when I was that much younger, it didn't matter.
Oh, what the hell? She's just like, yeah, I'll just wait here at the top of this mountain on the side of the dirt road.
Well, she called, what did she call it to? The spirit? Like, she always says some little rhyme, right? And that's what gets stuff to happen, so to speak. Like, sometimes it's spirits, sometimes it's the wind, sometimes it's just forces of nature or whatever. So, like, that's how she got the car to stop. Yeah, but in what world do the kids get to jump into the convertible and follow the cop on a high fucking speed chase, you know? And if I was those two guys, I'm gonna call them kids even though they're like young men or whatever, are you gonna let some old man drive your convertible? I don't think so. That ain't happening. So that's how you know it's fake.
I like how they fly, how she flies. She's just like doo 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 doo, and then it's like coming down an elevator, except there's no elevator.
Oh, and it spins her a little, yeah, like it's a column of wind, because she's usually calling on like some zephyr wind something to in order to fly.
She must have called on the gods of making steam come out of underneath the hood.
Yeah, something like that.
Now she's calling to the gods of coming down an escalator, except there's no escalator there.
You know, and it makes me think like it's a little mini like boom crane or something that she's literally standing on, and they just kind of have to lower it a little bit. Because then I've seen her like she jumps off of whatever it is.
She just jumps off right at the end. Like, oh, now I'm done flying. I'm gonna just jump back to Earth. And then she just skips along after the dude. I'll get him.
Right? She's like, I got this shit. And look at, I mean, those fucking shoes she's wearing, dude, are pretty not conducive to running. Those high heels that she's got.
Oh yeah,
on.
they just let that other guy drive their car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like,
here's the keys to my car, dude. Let's go on a high-speed pursuit of that cop.
In what world would a young man let some old dude drive his fucking convertible? I just don't see it happening.
And where's this bad guy running to?
You know, I didn't even have...
Run up into the woods with my loose shirt on.
And try and escape because my car broke. Oh, this must be the time for the lesson from the sheriff. And like the cheesy thing is like the dude with the mustache, like so he's in every episode, just like the hot little science chick in ISIS, right? So it's kind of funny, like Lois Lane never really figured out, you know, Clark and Superman, right? Well, like this dude, almost every episode has some type of notice of like, you know, maybe Miss whatever her face's name is afraid of ISIS. They're never at the same place, and you missed all the action. ISIS was here, and you know, la-di-dee, la-di-da. So it's, I don't know. It's kind of funny. They definitely lay a lot out for you. YouTube's kind of amazing, dude. I just don't get it sometimes.
Here, let me explain. This bunch of horns and this like refrigerator in the back of this El Camino were the UFOs. Oh, okay.
And they don't really go into explaining it how they made it happen, right?
No, it was just a joke. This dude's standing right next to her. What's the difference? She just has like no clothes on, or less clothes on.
Well, you know, and it's not even like the glasses, because the glasses aren't on all the time. But you know what? It's the tiara and the hair down. And let's be real, it's that dress. And yeah,
no wonder I was fooled.
Right, well, he seems kind of doltish. Like he's smart.
There's like 4 horns in this car. No wonder I was fooled.
And she definitely breaks the fourth wall. She will wink into the camera from time to time. Usually towards the end of the episode.
She said something about going and getting high so she could fly. So I think
she got all smoked up.
I can't help notice that massive dent in that car. Sad that they smashed the door or whatever they did to that car. Oh, remember how we just left you laying here so you could take a nap or whatever? You missed Isis, who looks exactly like you. Exactly, except she's wearing a tennis outfit.
And her hair was down. It's the.
Oh, look. napping. Haha, let's all walk over by.
Well, let's go.
Yeah. Well, our 22 minutes are up, so. Yeah, what? Speed of a gazelle, fly like a hawk, forces of nature.
So I heard that she did some early documentaries. Do you think those are on the YouTube? Some explorations into
We're always having all the fun.
humanity.
Let's see. We're gonna find. Oh, well. Let's see. Let's take the word full movie off of there and see if anything happens. It's from like 1971 or something like that.
Would you pay $2,000 for an AT-AT driver uniform with the helmet?
Do I have 2,000 to spend on it, or like you're talking to me like right now, me?
Yeah,
right now, me? Hell no. No, I couldn't do it. Plus, that wasn't even. Well, I like the snow stormtroopers uniform.
They were, the AT-AT ones were gray TIE fighter guys looking.
Right.
I thought they were one of the cooler ones. I do like the snow ones.
That was always one of the cool things about when the new stormtrooper uniform would come out, you know?
I heard that if you play the beginning, the intro to the ISIS show backwards, that it says like "Death to the Infidels."
Off with their heads, death to all that opposes.
You can tell that one guy's a scientist because there's a periodic chart of the elements, and then that other chick tells she's a scientist because there's.
Yeah, I think he's just a really either a smart dumb guy or a dumb smart guy. I can't quite tell because yeah, he had a hard time figuring out all sorts of shit. But I think he's blinded by his sexism.
Well, because when she comes up in that little skirt, he's not even looking up past the waist.
I mean, I would be easily distracted. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm wasting my time looking up, and there's all that business going on down there.
And in their interview or whatever that I was
Plus,
reading.
there's always that wind. There's constant wind fluffing things around. So, what are you gonna miss something? No.
Right, gotta pay attention.
You can look up at other things. Oh yeah, there's no coincidence that she has a black crow hanging out all the time.
Well, no, and that's like the class pet kind of, but I guess the name of the crow is like Tut or something like that. So I don't know if it's like her familiar, but she can call on it. In one of the episodes that I saw, she called on it from a great distance, and then it went and got Captain Marvel.
What a race! This is neat for little kids.
Oh, wait a minute. That chick's a bimbo in like so many other either TV shows or movies. The redhead.
ISIS, you mean?
No, I'm at like 140 or something like that, and it's the redhead walking across the parking lot with grocery bags with some dude in a green shirt. Like that chick, the redhead chick, is in other TV shows or movies or something like that, and usually a bimbo.
Sweet 71 El Camino. Oh, what is this? Are you kidding me? Hold on.
Uh-oh.
No, it's just some stupid car. I thought it was 2 El Caminos in one shot. That's still pretty good odds. 2 El Caminos in 2 episodes. That's awesome.
Was it the same paint job?
Oh, no,
like, could it have been the same car? Or?
73, dual headlight, badass, just coming out of the 60s, turning into the 70s. Totally different. What's she driving? Like a Firebird or something?
I think she drives like either like a Firebird or something like that. That shape.
chick.
And it's not a Trans Am style. You know, it's not a Smokey and the Bandit style yet, because that's like at what, 76 or something like that.
Well, this is 76, but she's got no spoiler on there or nothing. It kind of looks like a Porsche. Oh shit, she's gonna get raped in this one.
I doubt that.
Pretty sure they're gonna deal with rape and parking lot rape.
Oh, where are you at? Like a 205, 2010, something like that?
These guys are coming up and washing her car for free.
Oh, well, that's awfully nice of them.
Well, no, they just opened it up and started stealing parts out from underneath the hood. Nice. Oh no, he started it, I guess. That's nice. Warm the engine up for her. Oh, they must be driving it up to the entrance for her.
It looks like Bob Eubanks reject from the Newlywed Game with that haircut and that jacket.
Now I think they're stealing her car. I'm pretty sure they're stealing it.
Well, is he a repo man?
Could be freaking one of them debtors running around, you know,
collecting. Man, did you ever have to do a yard with a push mower like that, buddy?
I've had to do every kind of freaking yard ever. Everything. I manually have to run it back and forth, and it's just this. Is that what you're talking about? What episode are you on? 2?
I'm on 2.
I'm just getting to where I'm at like 4 or something, where they're hanging out by the junkyard, getting ready to rape this little girl. She just hangs out with random dudes all the time. She's gonna get raped.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm on Secrets of ISIS.
Oh no, I'm on episode 3. I'm on episode 3 somehow.
Oh, okay. Well then,
episode 3, the rapings.
The Sound of Silence. Let me see. Well, where are you at on that? What's your, what minute or whatever?
I'm at 4, but I'm about to quit because I got shit I'm supposed to be doing. And I'm not doing it.
Sorry. Well, ISIS is distracting. Oh, and that haircut right there. I'm at 404. That's a rapist haircut for sure.
They're like, I dare you to jump over the fence of this junkyard and go in there. She's like, okay.
Oh, a little buggy.
Oh yeah, there you go. I guess we'll just tell everybody you're a chicken. No, you won't. I'll go in there.
Man, I still don't know where you're at with the.
Now I'm at 6.
Okay.
The little black girl got dared to go into some junkyard for some reason, and now the dudes like dared her to go in there. As soon as she jumped over the fence, they like leave. So
like,
she
holy shit.
around with douchebags.
She does, because like she was the one that in that first episode she jumped in the car with the 2 strange boys.
That's what I'm saying. She's just like, oh, 2 dudes? Yeah, sure, I'm down. Whatever you guys want. You take me wherever you want.
Oh, we're up in the mountains on some fucking dirt road? Oh, really? Okay. PBR, I'll give you a link.
Why don't you just tell me? Because I don't know if I want to click the link.
It's Secrets of ISIS from the 70s.
This was a show that was on during the time of Shazam.
Right. Pre-Spider-Man. And I like this was on like earlier in the day or on Saturdays, and Wonder Woman was prime time.
I don't remember it.
Well, you probably weren't even breathing back then.
I was. You're not that much older than me.
Shit. Did you get to see the Force Awakens trailer today?
Fuck yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I didn't watch these shows either, because this you had to be like sitting around in like the middle of the day on a Saturday to watch these kind of shows.
Well, I seem to remember like there was some, because they added like the cartoon portion for like the Power Hour or whatever it was. So like you would see like this 20-minute episode or parts. They even broke it up is what they would fucking do, almost like a serial. Like this episode of 22 minutes or whatever might actually be 3 freaking sections on the show, and they would intersperse that with like animated, like either Shazam, Captain Marvel, or animated ISIS. And if you remember back to the animated Tarzan, it was the same animator or what have you, animation style.
I'm saying where I was at, this stuff, like in the morning was cartoons, and then after the cartoons was all this. So we would watch cartoons and then eat breakfast and then leave. We weren't at home anymore. So then I didn't see any of the stuff that came on like later in the morning or towards midday.
Okay, yeah, I got you there.
So I only ever got to watch the whatever came first.
Yeah, and this was not one that was on at like, because I mean, if you remember, like sometimes cartoons started at like 5:30 or 6.
Yeah, exactly. There was like farm reports and shit, and then there was like the kind of, well, during the week it was lame, really lame cartoons from like the old days, and then Saturdays it would be like a couple of like, yeah, I'm trying to remember. I know it was not worth watching, but you would if you had nothing else to do, because there was literally nothing else to do. And then a couple of good ones, like regular primetime ones, and then I forget. I think they put all the good ones on in the morning, and then as we got later, they were like for bigger kids or something.
And also that's like when the westerns would start.
Our westerns were on Sunday.
Oh, right on.
And that was
We had them on both.
Cartoons on Saturday. I mean, there were no cartoons on Sunday when I was a little kid. It was just farm report and shit and something else, and then westerns. But I always had to watch news or some shit in the morning and then westerns.
Well, and like you were saying, it's like you had your breakfast, maybe you got to stay in a little bit after that, but you were outside running around being a fucking kid.
Well, I never got to stay around after that. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I never got to hardly watch the westerns either, because they'd be after breakfast.
Well, I come from the land of fucking
other things for you to do that don't involve you being here. You get yelled at.
Ah, right? You can't technically do it wrong if you're not there to do it in the first place.
I just mean if we tried to stick around the house watching TV, everybody had a fit about it. So.
Well, and like where I'm from, the lands of ice and snow and all that, bro, like there's just sometimes going out and playing in the snow is fun, and then other times going out and playing in the snow is cold, actually.
I had fucking chores most of the damn time, so.
Oh yeah.
So I wasn't. I mean, like I said, I could do stuff after them, but that was after work, so it wasn't.
Yep.
I was playing or whatever. I wasn't watching TV after that because it was all stupid nighttime TV by then.
And like chores might be anything from dishes to actual labor.
Yeah, I did labor more. I didn't have to do bullshit house stuff. It was going out and there would be like we didn't sweep shit all week so that you could do it on the weekends, like out in the shops and stuff. I had to do like actual work. Like,
I got you.
I don't remember ever just having weekends to fuck around. What I could do is eventually, as you get to learn how to clean fast, is I could play on the machines. So have fun fucking around building shit or whatever, but not just sitting around watching TV or nothing. Plus, I just didn't want to. There was no point. There was other shit to do.
But yeah, exactly. That was the thing. Once you found out other things to do. One of my, he wasn't my grandpa, but he was my grandpa. You know what I mean? Like, he was my uncle's dad, but it wasn't my uncle. It was my uncle through marriage, not uncle through blood. So, but he was my fucking, third grandpa or whatever. And, he was from a line of, loggers and woodworkers and stuff like that. So, that was always it was always serious. There was no fucking around in the shop. Like, no grab ass, no lip, but, if you, worked within the parameters. I remember building wooden toys and stuff like that on the machines and stuff. That was freaking awesome. I mean, the bandsaw bandsaw will cut you in fucking half.
No, I never had to worry about that kind of stuff, I don't think. I mean, I guess when I was little, they would watch me when I was doing stuff, but as soon as I knew how to, you know, what to be aware of and whatever, I'd seen enough people do stuff that I never had to worry about that, but I would like to make, like, guns and shit, mostly.
We used to make rubber band guns, but we didn't shoot rubber band. We shot, like, wood pellets, because we would just make the little wood pellets, so instead of it shooting the rubber band, you'd have the retainer so that it kept the rubber band, and you could hook up the trigger, you know, like a clothespin or whatever, and but it would shoot like a little rectangular, like a wood chip almost, you know? So, and it lived out in the country / woods, so you could go run through the creek, you know, hide, ambush, you know, and none of us ever thought about getting our eyes shot out or missing a tooth or anything like that, I guess, which were valid concerns, but we just knew not to shoot anybody in the face. Lots of good fun, because then we realized that the bigger the rubber band, or 2 rubber bands, was where the action was. You got more range and you felt it a little better. And then my other grandpa, through blood, he had a service station, man. So there was always tons of stuff there, but again, there was no fucking around. There was no horseplay. There was, again, no lip, definitely no lip with that grandpa. But it was just like awesomeness. You know, when you see a tire come off the rim for the first time, it's kind of cool when they light that fucker on fire, you know, and just all these other machines used to fix trucks and cars and semis and shit like that. It was pretty cool. And riding in the wrecker. Not a tow truck, it was a wrecker. That was always fun. You knew you weren't getting stuck in the snow, that's for sure.
Or it's like a flatbed instead of a pickup truck, or like a flatbed.
Well, like when you look at a tow truck these days, right? They're like what, a half-ton pickup maybe, you know, with the gear on the back. Well, this one was like a Chevy or a Dodge and it was like a 2 3/4 ton pickup or something like that. It was just, it would dwarf what a regular tow truck looks like these days. And so he could tow a semi out of the ditch in the winter, basically. So I just think of something like that big, and think of it like being from like the 50s or 60s kind of a thing, where it's just big, burly, lots of metal, weird fairing over the wheels and shit, you know? But when you're 3 to 7, that shit is pretty awesome, you know? It's like your own kind of Tonka truck that you get to ride in.
Yeah, we had a couple of trucks, and I could drive them around as long as they didn't go anywhere. Like, as long as I stayed, you know, our property or whatever. It's kind of fun, especially when my grandpa would be like, "Yeah, bring that over here" or whatever.
Right, and yeah, I would have to say I never got to drive the wrecker. I was too young and too small, but that would be pretty awesome. That would have definitely been pretty awesome.
Well, I'm not little, so whenever I could reach pedals, they let me drive the backhoe and stuff like that. So whenever, I don't remember, maybe 12 or something, I was already fetching trucks and shit.
No, well, I'd have to say I was in the back row of the class picture since 3rd grade, so I'm not exactly vertically challenged either. But
basically, they would send me down to do gross ass, like, get that out of that pipe or whatever, like, go down into the sewer and go down there and figure out what the fuck. So I would always, like, say I got big, so I didn't have to do that shit anymore.
Nice. You were the original Mike Rowe Dirty Jobs guy? Before there was Mike Rowe?
They did it to everybody. Everybody's, like, grandkids or whatever. Whoever was little. But,
right.
Yeah. They just, basically, whenever there was something gross, yeah, send a kid down there, because They don't know how to complain and say no yet.
And I'm not paying them. Well, you know what? Sometimes it seems like you could earn a little bit of something on the side, you know? Like, I remember, like, the word allowance, right? I never got an allowance without the chores. You know what I'm saying? Like, there was never ever just given money for anything. It was always you had to earn it. And I guess that just stuck.
I never really got an allowance, but then, I don't know, I never really had to buy anything either, so I guess it wasn't until I wanted to start driving and doing my own shit.
Well, yeah, that's when you really need money. But, like, in Michigan, I think still today, I don't know, but, like, it was a dime for cans and bottles, and then, like, if it was a jumbo, it was, like, 20 cents. So, like, if you could hustle up some bottles and cans and stuff like that, like, that was a comic book and maybe a bag of popcorn or something, you know? I definitely liked comic books as a kid, and again, I earned every one of them freaking comic books back in the day, it seems like. And I don't have a problem with that, actually. I mean, I'm so stupid. I work 7 days a week right now, just because.
I don't know. I thought allowances were for suckers. Whenever I would want something, I would just throw a tantrum at the store and be like, I want this.
Oh, I tell you what, that shit did not fly in my house. That is for sure. All of a sudden, you didn't understand why we were leaving the store so fast and going directly home as opposed to doing whatever the hell else we were doing. And, you know, whether if you threw a bad enough fit, there might be some physical discipline when you got back home, but usually it was the talking on the car ride home that usually you were fucking scared out your drawers by the time you got home that, oh my God, here it comes. And I'm talking when I'm young. I'm not talking, you know, like past 10 or anything like that. I don't think I ever got physically disciplined past then. But I really wasn't fucking up shit that bad where it was necessary. It was just easier to be good. It seemed like it took a lot of work to be bad. Unlike today where that example you gave, it seems like that's the way things go a good portion of the time.
I think they use the strategy of keeping you freaking busy, keeping everybody busy, making everybody work all the time. So we're just always exhausted by the end of the day and then don't have time to get in trouble.
Right, exactly. You don't have the energy to go get into deep shit.
And, like, I got one of them, what do you call them, tiny little motorcycles when you're a little kid? You know, that are tiny?
Like a mini bike?
Yes, a bike. I don't know if there's names for them. Mine was basic. Mine was more than, like, just a... I mean, I've seen some where somebody just, like, welds up a frame, puts a little motor on it. I think mine was somewhere between that and, like, maybe a kit or something.
Did it have lights on it?
No. It was just a little tiny thing. This is a long time. It was in the 80s, I guess. So, basically, I was given that, and this was like, I had to be probably the third owner of it. It was just a little junky thing. But I was basically told, like, if you can fix it, you can have it. So that was, like, their way of keeping me out of trouble, because then they didn't teach me how to fix it either. I had to just figure it out from, well, I mean, I could ask questions and shit, but it's not like, you know, they sat me down and said, here's how you fix it. I had to kind of figure it out. So then I think that was the strategy of, and I didn't really ever want to buy nothing except for crap for that, or I did want to buy a helmet at some points. I said I couldn't drive without a helmet and that kind of shit. But between that and Scouts, I think I spent all my money on big knives, camping gear and crap like that. Fixing my bike.
I can definitely understand that.
And then I guess once you get bicycles, that's sort of like the beginning of cars. I imagine I probably bought shit for my bicycle. I think I can remember going down every once in a while to the bike shop and looking at whatever crap they had dangle off your bicycle or whatever.
Well, and plus, once you had that bicycle, you were on the road, man. You know what I mean?
Oh, seriously. And ours, we would just go. We had creeks, so we would go down and like either build a bridge across the creek or build a dam, and then hope that we'd catch fish in it, and then be able to go fishing, shit like that. So we never really needed money to go play. I mean, we were just playing. So sometimes we'd have to be like, "Can you buy us more fishing shit or something like that?" But it's not like we knew what we wanted. We just said, "Can you buy fishing shit?" And then fishing shit happened.
Yep.
Or whatever.
Like all of a sudden you got some sinkers, a bobber, and a little red devil.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, here you go. And then we would basically try to snag fish out of the creek because there was no way they were going to bite any of the shit we had.
No, because, like especially like the little red devil, the little spoon or whatever, it's too big.
That's what I'm saying. You could maybe put some like chew-up bread or something and put it on there, but most fish weren't having anything to do with that.
But if you took the sinker and put it, and I do not advocate this, but if you took the sinker and put it on the bottom of the treble hook on the little red devil like you were talking about, yes, that was very effective at snagging a fish. But like in Michigan, it's illegal snag. You cannot have a weighted, or at least back then you could not have a weighted, you could never get caught, with a weighted treble hook. They'd like take all your shit, give you a fine, probably revoke your fishing license for that season. But usually we weren't running into like the forestry guys or the DNR guys, and it wasn't like the highway patrol or anything. If they cruised by, they were going to say, "Hey, what are you kids doing?"
No, and even if they did, it would be like, "Hey, did you catch anything?"
Yeah. As opposed to now, where they might have a tendency to do a little more investigating or something. I don't know. Or assume the worst. It seems like they do more often these days. I don't know. That might not be an accurate statement there, actually. So that picture that I put in the internal,
That's crazy.
that's my friend's wife on the left.
What ship is that?
The HMS Britannica. Yeah, Britannic.
Where's it sunk?
They just got back from there. I would have to look it up. Let me see. Let me effort that here. I'll see if I can't find that.
Wait, you're posting chick pics in here?
No, well, you can't tell that she's a chick from the picture. It's my friend's wife. My friend is the one taking the picture, and she's the one on the left next to the propeller.
Huh. How big? What did you say that was? What boat is that?
I think it's the Britannica.
Damn.
Yeah, it was a huge fucking
hospital ship.
Actually, it might be better than the let me see. I think it's the Britannic. Let's see.
How deep is that?
Let's see.
Yeah, the Britannica, isn't that something that the Nazis sunk during World War II?
Okay, the HMS Britannic was the third last built and largest member of White Star Line's Olympic class vessels, which I believe is like the Titanic and all that.
Yeah, it is.
And
this is near you?
No, they went to it. Let's see.
You know how deep that was?
It looks like it is off of a Greek island.
Yeah, the Mediterranean.
And let's see if I can get how deep that shit is at.
It was sunk during World War I, 1916.
Oh shit. Is that a bunch of fish swimming around the blades?
It looks like it.
I believe it is.
Like a swarm of them, like birds, kind of hovering around planktons or something.
Structure. Like if you ever fish, like on a lake or something like that, sometimes you can always find fish hiding under structure. So like that structure, so it's going to act like a little mini reef or safety zone for them, right?
You would think that that giant piece of freaking metal would be worth somebody going down there with a torch and cutting it off and.
It's a grave war site probably.
Yeah, it's got to be. And that thing is fucking huge, dude.
You cut it up and somebody catches you, you're in trouble.
Okay.
You got sunk because of that cord that's all wrapped around the fan blades.
Oh, and here's the hard part of the whole thing. Those guys that are there, let's see if I can find that picture again. They're doing. You see how many canisters they got on them? So they're like doing nitrox or something like that. And that, if you think about it, that's, since it's upside down, like that's the bottom of the boat, but it's the closest to the surface. And it says here on the wiki that it's in, like, so the bottom, which would be the top, is in about 400 feet of water. But I don't think they went that deep. So, like, if, however tall the Britannic was, let's see if I can find that.
You're saying that means it's a different type of gas when they're carrying around them extra tanks?
Usually, yes. Sometimes, if they're doing a tech dive, it can just be regular. But if they're going extra deep, then
that nitrox isn't something like rebreathe or something else, so you can go deeper.
nitrox is so you can go deeper and stay longer. Rebreathers are a little bit different, and and my two friends that are involved in that, they also do rebreather stuff too. They're awesome.
This here, let me see. What I would do if I was gonna go diving underneath the water is I would get one of them glass fish tanks with like nipple hanging off of it, and then just a like rubber hose, and then have that rubber hose go up to the surface like they did back in the olden days, and then just go down there and stick your head underneath that glass thing, look around.
It might crush, but
make it out of thick glass.
And then it might be too heavy to move.
That's how it keeps it at the bottom. I seen it. That's how they did it back, like with the Greek, back in ancient Greece.
Well, the Jules Verne stuff, right? I know what you're saying.
Because they would actually, that wasn't even glass. It was just a big piece of like a metal thing, right? And then they would just get like a bubble of air, and they would stick their head up in the bubble and look down out of the bubble.
And how many of those guys died?
I don't know.
Right now, a lot.
That's hardcore, though. That's
a lot of those guys. Yes, it's hardcore. So check it out, G.
Because you can only look down, and sharks would come up and eat them, and they didn't even know the shark was coming. That's why.
The guy blowing hair and the other end of the hose was the guy that wrote their epitaph.
No doubt. Oh, he was an ass. So anyway, it's a heavy.
Blowing.
So if it's in 400 feet of water, the height of it from the keel to the top of the funnels is 175 feet. So I doubt that it's 175 feet from the 400, but I bet where they're at right there is, I'm guessing probably almost, I would think over 200, which is, you could definitely die doing that for sure.
How deep do you dive?
I've been around 100, 130. That's just recreational limits that I'm trained at.
You're scared to go 200?
I would love to, but I want the equipment and the training to do so.
Are you more scared of the sea monsters that are down there, or being crushed by the weight of all that water?
How about coming back up? That's what scares you.
Well, that's a good way to die too. Exactly. It's the pressure I would be more worried about than any sea life, and that goes pretty much any time I dive. It's the bends, it's the pressure, it's the something going wrong with your equipment. I've been around sharks in the open ocean while diving and never had any type of issue. I've dove at the aquarium here where they have the shark tank with like 20 or 30 different sharks in there and didn't have a problem with that either. I mean, fucking diving is probably about the closest I'll get to like being an astronaut, probably, you know what I mean? is when you can get neutral buoyancy and you're just floating and everything like that.
I can't swim.
Well, technically you don't have to know how to swim in order to dive, but it is very helpful.
I sink easily.
Well, that helps with diving too.
What do you do to get back to surface and just drop your ballast or something and cruise up?
Well, there's power inflators and stuff like that on your BC, which is your buoyancy control device. But usually you never want to beat your bubbles to the surface because because your chest, and all that, it's under compression or the pressure. So like as you change in the depth and you're going up, there's less atmospheres of pressure on you. So your chest and your lungs will actually start to expand as you kind of come back up to what it like is on the surface with your normal. So when you're down low like that, everything is compressed and it is a little bit harder to breathe and everything like that. But
because you're down there for a while. When you go down to like 100+ feet, you got to be down there for a while, right?
No. Usually, the deeper you go, the less time you can spend there. Usually.
Well, but I'm saying, and then you got to take all that time getting back up, so you're in the water for a long time.
Yes, because then you got to do decompression stops and stuff like that, so you don't embolize or stroke or bend, all those other things.
You got to spend all that time down there, and there's nowhere to smoke.
And I'll tell you what, actually, the decompression stops are one of the scariest because sometimes you might have to be in one place at that depth as you're going up for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Hanging out in nothing.
Hanging out in the nothing, exactly. Hanging out in the nothingness. And if you ask me, that's when I get a little nervous about ocean life when I'm doing that, because you should not try and swim to the surface, even though every part of your being might be screaming for you to do so. Like if you saw a large fish or something, or the Kraken or something.
You could vape in your suit, no?
I don't know. I don't know if the pressure. I think that pressure would be bad.
And then you're just going to be a headline: idiot vapes while scuba diving, kills himself.
And that's exactly how they would put it, as in killed themselves.
No, first there would be like a $40 billion rescue mission to find the idiot.
Oh no! Well, if we were talking, if I was the idiot, there's no $40 million mission to come get me.
For $40.
There
ain't even $40 for a cab fare.
Dude, I saw a rescue that was like a week in. God bless these kids, but like they took a boat out and
In Florida, you talking about those kids?
Yeah,
that sucks.
Like $40 million rescue operation.
Well, think about how much range they had to try and find those kids into. It's crazy. The ocean's fucking big, man. Ain't no lie there. The ocean is fucking huge.
Ever seen the comedian Patrice O'Neill?
Oh yeah, he was
big black guy where he's talking about how he'd carry around a white baby everywhere he goes, so if he gets lost at sea.
Oh, they're coming to get him. Yo, hell yeah. He's hilarious.
Dude, that joke is...
He's dead. You know that, right?
Oh yeah. To this day, every time if I hear that again, it still makes me laugh my ass off.
Yeah, he was one of the fucking funniest guys in that whole era.
Oh yeah, by far.
Yeah. I think he died of a stroke or something.
He had some messed up disease, like blood disease or something, that finally just caught up with him.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Yeah. Vaping. I'll vape. Go find me.
Holy shit.
Uh-oh. Zog's back.
Seriously, I drop in and then you talk about me immediately?
No, I thought it was someone with who stole your name.
No.
Oh, okay.
Who would ever steal my name? Who would ever want it?
I don't know. It sounds like a Marvel villain or something. I don't know, like Zog the Destroyer. But Man, what was I saying? I don't even know. You guys were talking about diving and shit. I'm gonna go back and start doing my dishes again. I bought my tickets, dude. I broke the fucking internet. That's why I bought all those Star Wars tickets. It was crazy.
You bought them
Told
all?
you. Yep. Told
Is this
you.
going to be you there by yourself weeping?
I was with the Darknet. No, I didn't
Are they
cry.
really selling tickets already?
Oh,
He
yeah.
bought out the first
I
showing,
bought them all.
second
Bought 'em?
showing, just so that nobody can see it after him.
Yeah, I bought 'em
Oh,
all.
I see.
I'm on the Darknet right now, aka Reddit. That's my Darknet.
It's pretty dark over there.
It's dark over there. I'm scalping these tickets, bro. You want to be a crying, if you're a fucking 38-year-old crying fucking man, like you should just, give me your money, dude. I got your ticket.
You
Fucker.
use Palcoin.
Hey, man, I got to admit, I watched that trailer today, and I was like, okay.
Got weepy. Got choked up.
I need to see this shit. Like, I've been kind of, like, in the middle of the road, but that trailer really, yeah.
Is there a third trailer now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a full trailer.
Okay.
Like-
I've been
like-
on vacation, so I've missed everything for the last 5 days.
It just happened like 2 hours ago, so you didn't miss much.
Well,
Like
okay.
3 hours ago. Tickets went
I
on
have to go
sale.
watch this then.
Trailer came out and the tickets went on sale, but like Fandango texted me like, I want to say like 30 minutes before, and they were like, buy your tickets. So I was like online on my phone, and I was able to snag some tickets. And then like 5 minutes later, it was like, my Twitter was exploding. Like these people were having fucking panic attacks because the servers were crashing.
I'll wait. I'll wait till like noon on a Wednesday and go see it.
Yeah, I looked right now. Like Fandango's back, so if you have a theater that does that reserve seating stuff where you can pick your seats, you could probably go see it on fucking the next day. Like the Friday show is done, But that's about it.
I'll wait.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I don't want any fucking spoilers, dude. It's like Walking Dead is bad. Like you're gonna tell me like Luke is in like, I am your father now. Like God knows what the fuck's happening. Like Luke took a time machine back. He actually is Darth Vader's father. He's his own father. Fuck, man. I don't want anyone ruining that shit.
It's gonna be good.
Don't go back to the future on us, please.
No. One thing though, when the Millennium Falcon hit the hyperspeed or whatever the fuck it is, right? Light speed. Didn't it kind of look just like this guy did with Star Trek, with the tube of blue light?
I don't know. I didn't.
Did you ever see Star Trek, the new ones?
Fuck, dude. What is up with?
I thought they were pretty good.
Yeah, they're really
same
good.
producer, or not
Yeah, it's the
producer,
same. It's the same director. Yeah. So I was
So,
like,
I mean, you'd expect some crossover, but
yeah.
overall, I mean, I don't think
cool.
you're going to be able to fault the guy. I mean, he's a good director. I liked,
You don't think we ever saw that?
I liked what J.J. Abrams did with Alias.
As long as we don't get
Yeah.
starbursts all over the place, it'll be just fine. Actually, it'll be
I didn't see any.
fantastic.
That's
Well, you
that's a
don't
good
like
point.
lens
I didn't see
flare?
any.
What's wrong with lens flare? Come on, guys.
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm just saying the way he
Have
utilized.
you ever tried to film anything with a real camera? Lens flare happens all the time, and people just try to ignore it.
I don't need any lens flare with Star Wars.
That's all I was trying to get at.
Yeah, he didn't. I didn't see any. So that's
And
Okay,
I'm with,
now I'm going to watch this trailer.
yes, you should absolutely.
yeah. Go ahead. I
Because
didn't see
I'm with PBR, man. Like I knew I was gonna see it, but now, it's cemented. It's a fact or whatever. Like I'm probably gonna end up seeing it a couple of times.
It's funny that you didn't know you were gonna see it, but Disney knew.
Oh.
They already fucking knew you were
Well,
going to see it.
Well, here's the thing. Honestly, I knew I was gonna go see it.
We've been waiting for Star Wars for, what, 30-something years now?
What?
No, there's like those crappy prequels.
Yeah, I don't count those.
Middle three, right? Okay, so
I don't count those since they're not part of the Luke Skywalker Han
And
Solo
what?
timeline.
Jedi was Jedi at like 83 or 84?
Something like that.
So yeah, I guess I see what you're saying. So yeah, I've been waiting. to see Han, Luke, and Leia. Maybe a little Lando and Chewie.
I thought Han Solo was going to sell us a reverse mortgage for a second there. I guess it's true. You can get a reverse mortgage.
Have you watched it yet, Zog? Or are you watching it right now?
I'm trying to find a way to mute the Hangout.
You might have to jump in and jump back out.
I was going to say, yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah. I'm just going to jump out and then I'll be back.
Okay.
See, kids his age, like, I don't expect them to get all choked up and shit. It's like people our age. 30s, like mid-30s to, 40, I would say. Those are people who are like, oh my god.
I bet you there's a couple of 50-plus-year-olds out there that might be into it, too. They might have been at the right age when it started.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, I think I've had, like, my mom probably teared up on that first one. I don't know. I didn't speak to her today. But that first one where they were like, Chewie, I'm home. Or Chewie, we're home. That was pretty,
yeah.
That got me hyped.
Yeah.
This one was good. I think that first one got me more hyped because no one was talking until Han talked. He was, like, the only person who said anything.
Well, in this one, I don't know if it gave away more story or not, but it definitely kind of helps you set into it a little bit easier, I guess.
Well, yeah, I still don't know who the fuck is who. Like, that girl, I don't know. Like, she's a child of anybody. We just don't know. Knowing J.J. Abrams, we're all going to get our minds blown out, like that day. Or like the day after or whatever. Whenever you see it. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of twists. But apparently, from that trailer, like, it looks like no one knows what happened. He was like, Han was like, oh yeah, the stories are all true. Like, everything you heard was true. So it's like, I guess everyone in the universe, it's just like, there were rumors or stories of what happened. So probably nobody knows, like, Vader killed the Emperor, like, that Luke was a Jedi. Because if you think about it, those three movies, the Rebellion knew, were like Han, Leia know, but, like, not everyone else.
Well, that's the thing. It's been 30 years. They destroyed the second Death Star or whatever, but think about it. The Imperial forces have been trying to dog them and fuck up the universe since then. So, like, if you hear about something that happened 30 years ago, like blowing up the Death Star, that might be sort of legend type of thing, and you don't really know if it was real or, like, how could that possibly be, Or
like
if it was
Ewoks knew it was real.
Right? The Ewoks struggle is real.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Are you a changed man, Zog? Or eh?
No, I mean, I knew that I was going to have to see this anyway, so it's just like, okay. I'm definitely going to have to see it. So it's, I mean, nothing has changed. It's just cooler. Since the date is actually closer. I've been trying to forget about it ever since the first teaser trailer came out. Just because I knew it was going to be cool. I knew I was going to like it. And I was going to be disappointed if I had to wait an entire year and I was trying to build myself up to it.
Right, to get
through what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to wait until like a week after it first opens, and I'm going to see it. I'm going to completely forget about the trailer I just saw until I go into the movie theater.
See, and this trailer made me act a little more like DB, in that I'm now going to have to see it. I am going to have to see it opening weekend. I'm not saying I got to go opening night. I definitely don't have to do that. That's just craziness. But I will be seeing it opening weekend because like you had said, DB, I think it was yesterday or whatever. I don't want fucking to hear bullshit spoilers like the next day or the day after or whatever,
I'm good at avoiding that stuff, so I mean,
that's
it doesn't matter to me.
Well, DB's plugged into that social media network, he's all over.
Yeah, I will definitely not look at Instagram because some you think like, oh, it's just Instagram, right? It's just then all of a sudden someone will put a fucking photo of
what's this Instagram thing you're talking about?
It's pretty cool, man. It's pretty cool. People post photos of like guns, and then no, I'm just kidding. You know, people post photos of anything. Their breakfast. I know you're being sarcastic, but it's pretty cool.
Okay.
But definitely, I'm sure there's a lot of ways to spoil shit. Twitter, Instagram. I don't really mess with Twitter too much, but I look at Instagram.
YouTube is my limit to social media. I'm not willing to go anywhere past YouTube.
Yeah. Well, that's true. I mean, YouTube. If you don't read the comments, I think you have a good chance of not getting.
I'm good at just. I mean, I can literally avoid news feeds for a whole week, and like I can go to work for a week and just totally avoid everything. So, I'm happy with it.
Did you see what Hillary said today or was it yesterday? She said,
"Should I care?"
Oh yeah, she said, "It's like." People think black helicopters are going to land in their front yard and take their guns. And she urges responsible gun owners to come up with a plan to fight the NRA.
I thought the NRA were a bunch of douchebags when they were helping out the 1934 NFA. That's why I don't support them.
I think those people are dead.
Yeah, I still don't support their descendants.
You don't support the descendants of the NRA?
Yeah, I'm a responsible gun owner.
I think they're all corrupt and they're going for money, and I'm going to support whatever side organization I can, even if they have less political power.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If I could get,
I agree with that.
If I can get the GOA to become more prominent and sort of step up to the level of the NRA, then I'll do it, because I think the GOA, for the time being, is a more pure organization that has a greater interest in furthering our cause. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really enamored with the whole establishment gun owner crowd. I'm just not.
Oh, that's fine. I just think they're pretty powerful.
Oh, I agree.
Because the 5 million members that are members right now probably weren't around in 1934. You know what I mean?
I agree. I still blame them, though.
No, I hear you. A lot of people have that attitude. It wasn't even that. Like, people go back to the 90s and the 80s and hate the NRA. So does Hillary.
Differently.
What vote for Bernie?
I just thought it was funny because, like, Wednesday she said she's thinking about looking into Australian-style confiscations for America, and then, like, you know,
yeah, that'll never work.
Then on Monday she's like, these people are crazy. They think of black helicopters. I swear to God, quote unquote black helicopters. Like, how cliche, dude.
You say it never works. Doesn't mean they wouldn't give it a shot. Or what if they just?
What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that there would be a lot of dead people that would make it unsuccessful.
No, there wouldn't be. All they have to do is just create a new fucking like NFA for semi-automatic rifles, and there you go. They fucking make you fucking get a tax stamp and register your shit, and of course it wouldn't work, and there'd be a bunch of people that wouldn't. Just like in 1934, there were a bunch of people that didn't bother. But they're looking at the long picture.
Well,
they don't give a fuck.
I understand that on the whole they're looking at the long picture, but it sure makes it seem like they're looking at the short term when they're talking about it as a presidential bid.
Well, looking at it short term, like it's going to help stop shootings, but if you look at it long term, it'll just.
No, I agree. They're in it for the long haul. I understand that, but I mean
I hope she keeps saying this shit. I hope she gets every fucking Republican to fucking like stop fucking giving Trump any more attention and actually start like get a real candidate or a candidate up there that can defeat her ass. Like,
I don't know.
The more she says shit like that, the more it'll just like hopefully fucking.
I think as the Democratic nominee, as long as she's under FBI investigation for her whole server thing, she's going to be a very weak candidate.
No, she's winning the fucking nomination, man.
That's blowing over.
But PBR, to answer your internal question, you need the Lee Harvey Oswald edition.
Are you talking about that Caracano?
Yes, I am.
I don't do that thing.
Is it the round you don't like, or?
I don't.
Some of those Mausers look nice.
That's what I've been looking at. There's some SKSs too. I just think I hope she keeps saying stupid shit and eventually it just rallies the Republicans to like field a candidate that isn't fucking certifiable.
Where is he just gonna come out?
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say my primaries are my primaries are March 1st, so I don't know where this miracle is coming from, dude. I gotta.
Okay, let me
crazy,
rephrase for you. Pick a candidate in the Republican field that actually has standing with the general populace that you like.
I don't.
That's
I don't know that there is one.
I don't even remember who all's running. It's not Bush. It's not fucking Trump.
Well, then there's the retired neurosurgeon guy, Ben Carson, who don't think that you should have semi-automatic guns in the city. You can have them in the country, but you can't have them in the city.
He said that?
He said some crazy shit like that a while back. I don't think he understood the gravity of what he was saying, but he's pretty smart.
There's the chick, what's her name? The
disgraced corporate executive person.
Well, there's two of them, so I gotta.
And we thought that the 2012 election was a bad selection. Romney looks great compared to all these guys.
Oh, I don't know about that. But I hear what you're saying. I definitely hear what you're saying. And then, like, is there a Paul out there that's going to win any of the votes? Not really. He's not popular enough.
Like I said, my primary's in March.
Well, the thing is, Trump sapped all of Rand Paul's support because Rand Paul's support was all coming from the outsider vote that wanted somebody new, wanted somebody fresh, wanted somebody sort of who didn't want to play with the establishment, and Trump sapped all that support away from everybody. So, I mean, all of the candidates that actually have real experience dealing with politicians are way down in the polls because, I mean, we have celebrities.
I think I'm just going to write in my vote. I'm going to write in Philo Beto.
You're going to write in Kim Kardashian. That's what you're going to write in.
No, I said Philo Beto.
Don't know who that is.
Yes, well, that's an age thing. That's an age thing. Because I'm trying to think, who else would be good with Philo Beto?
I don't know who that is either.
Any which way you can, any which way but loose.
Nope.
Had a pet orangutan.
But yeah, yeah, Clint Eastwood.
Right. So I would write in Clint. Even I don't want to waste my vote though. It seems like it's going to count more than ever this time.
You got primaries, and then we got general elections. So I'm going to vote in the primary.
Well, we also already understand that the popular vote doesn't win presidencies, right?
My family of Democrats were like, when is the primaries? And I was like, oh, probably like June. And I looked it up, and I was like, oh, March 1st. Gee, that didn't give me too much hope of anything really changing in the next, 4 months. You know what I mean?
Some miracle dropping from the sky, basically.
5 months from now, I'm pretty sure it'll be more of the fucking same, dude.
You never know. Maybe somebody will get in the fucking running that's better. Or is it too late?
It's too late for the Republicans. The Republican deadline was in, July.
Biden has a deadline, or he won't get on certain states' primaries, because I know my primary is March 1st. A lot of states are March. And then if he doesn't get in the race, in the next couple of weeks, he won't be on certain states' primaries. But not that it matters to him. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Joe's in a hurry, and that's kind of worrisome. Do you think he's just willing to let Hillary get the nomination and all that?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
walk away with it, basically?
He's 70, like I said the other day. He's 72, I think, 73. It's it's really rough, dude. Yeah,
what about that Marco Rubio dude?
I like him a lot, dude.
Isn't he fucking popular?
No, he's waiting to get the money from the guys who like bundle. Adelson, I think his name is Sheldon Adelson. And if he gets some powerful like people to throw money at his campaign, maybe he can go against Bush. But Bush has like $100 million.
You're talking
it's all about money.
And Bush isn't doing well right now.
No, but Bush has so much fucking money, it doesn't matter. Like
And
he can stick
especially
around.
if other people start
It
dropping
only,
out.
it only matters if he can get votes. If he can get primaries that actually will contribute.
Yeah, it's like this.
Well, when is the convention?
When these people drop out, it's because they're not popular and they can't get any more money. to keep
Right.
Running. But Bush, even if Bush got really unpopular, which he is, he's like still like third or fourth. He's not going to drop out.
He's got enough money to go all the way.
Yeah, he don't have to drop out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he could get pressure from within the party to drop out.
I mean,
Right
Ted
now, if I
Cruz
was a
is doing
Republican
better than
Party
Bush
guy-
right now at polls.
Yeah, I would get rid. All those people at the bottom have to go. Bye. Like Rand Paul and maybe not Ted Cruz. I don't know what he's polling at. Did you know like
Cruz is
Pataki
polling higher
Huckabee,
than
Lindsey Graham,
right
that guy Jindal from Louisiana? He's still running.
I don't like Ted Cruz. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I don't like him either.
The way he looks like he's about to like sell you a bad
Tell
life
me about it, dude.
insurance or something.
What about the way he talks? It's even worse. Like he doesn't come off sincere at all. It's all phony. Like he just looks and sounds like a phony.
No offense to any of our neighbors north of the border, but isn't he part Canadian anyway? And wouldn't that be potentially a stumbling block?
Why are you
I thought he's Cuban.
Why
I thought he was Cuban.
No, he's Cuban and Canadian, I think.
Yeah. But somehow he's American.
Why are you
Somehow.
trying to defend Zog, dude?
Because we're the melting pot.
No,
Right,
There's no other
But
Canadian.
it's clearly stated what one of the requirements for president is 35 years of age, natural-born citizen.
He is a natural-born citizen.
born
As long as he was born inside the United States, he's a citizen.
Right.
Yeah.
Unless Trump
Or
is like-
if your parents are American and they're on vacation, and they
So in
have you
other
in another
words,
country.
is Ted Cruz an anchor baby? What?
a Canadian anchor, baby.
Oh God, that's a horrible question.
Gee, you broke up a little.
He is not at all. He's a typical U.S.
Okay.
His parents are both American, I don't know if his Canadian parents are American, but his Cuban parent is American citizen.
Right on. I just knew that it was like, was it John McCain or something tried to throw that at him one time? Like, almost 6-8 years ago or something like that. And it was funny for John McCain to get all bent out of shape about some shit like that.
Poor John McCain.
So do we know all of us just have to be happy that Mama Grizzly Bear isn't running? Do we have to be happy? We have to be happy about that, yes?
You're talking about fucking
Palin?
Yeah.
I think
She was liberal kryptonite, dude. Like she was a distraction to liberals, like I want to say like Bernie Sanders is a distraction to conservatives. You know what I mean? Like it's a total joke.
I would think Trump's more of a joke than Palin, but Palin was a fucking giant joke.
You may
Yeah,
think
I
that
said
Trump
that
is
the
a
other
joke,
night.
but
At least he was a
Trump
fucking
has
governor.
But Trump has a real chance at getting the nomination. I'm not saying you like it. I'm just saying he has a good chance of getting it.
Bend over and kiss your fucking ass goodbye, because they're not gonna win if Trump's the fucking nominee, and they all know it. Like they all know it.
there's a real chance. I think that people are tolerating it because it's a phenomenon.
Yeah, they're tolerating his ass because they have to.
But he seems to be doing all right in the polls.
Because there are enough people out there that
Yeah, because there's 17 people running.
Right.
When it gets down to 3 people, then we're going to start to see 4 people.
And I don't think it's money, and I don't think it's tinfoil hat shit. I think that nobody is needing to take it seriously yet, so we are tolerating it. We're interested. I think it's an interesting race this year because of this whole dynamic. And once it gets down to the closer to like DB saying to actual primaries, then
Okay, Gio, you have a
I don't
point.
have a lot of time.
If you remember the last election cycle, who was the front runner this time around? Like Herman Cain, I think.
No. I looked this up. No. All that stuff, I looked it up like 2 nights ago. And if you want to talk about the Democrat or the Republican, the Republican was Giuliani and McCain, and then it was Romney and McCain.
About the 2012.
Oh, I don't even bother to look at that because Romney was like, I think at this point it was the guy who just stepped out.
Well, it would be a better thing to compare with 2008 because it's 2012. He was already there, right?
Right.
So,
he was an incumbent. Yeah.
A different race, so it'd be a race where both sides are new.
Yeah, I think what's his name who just stepped down, the really religious guy. He just stepped down like a week ago. Not Scott Walker. No, Scott Walker wasn't even running last time. I can look it up, but yeah, the whole thing about like, well, wasn't the losers running, like, weren't the losers the most popular around this time last time is completely not true. Like, basically, when Hillary and Obama were neck and neck, and then Obama took the lead from her, like in February, and he never gave it back.
Yeah, left her in the dust.
Yeah, it was like, and then and then the last time with McCain took the lead from Romney, like pretty early on. Like by March, there was never another lead. Like he just was running the whole time. He was the leader. So that like Herman Cain shit, yeah, he might have been popular like 4 months ago. Like when Trump was popular and he started saying shit like I like my war heroes, the ones who didn't get captured. Like that was when maybe Herman Cain 666 guy, you know, what was that, like 10-10-10 or 999, that whole bullshit. We're already going into the third debate, I think, next week.
So is the third debate going to be Thunderdome?
I don't know what it's going to. It's like CNBC, 3 hours long or something crazy.
Oh, and they acquiesce to Trump's demands.
Yeah, it's really crazy, dude. I can tell you, but
what demands?
He wanted a closing statement. He wanted some other fucking shit. I think the big thing was the closing statement. Which is whatever, because like they were like, oh well, oh they all wanted it. Carly Fiorina.
I think that's great. 3 hours with a whole bunch of people, and we get to listen.
A bunch of people. Yeah.
Well, now, do you think they'll be buddy-buddy, or do you think they'll be throwing each other under the bus, or do you think they'll actually try and stick to the facts of whatever the questions are or whatever?
If you look at that last one, there was Trump in there trying to be showman, and then a couple of people defending themselves, but they all seem fairly sober and down to earth, no? I would agree that Cruz is a little bit, whatever that is, like cardboard, but other than that, they each have different positions and various backgrounds, so they're all coming at it with different priorities, and we don't have some bullshit like agenda, like here's what everyone's going to be voting on, like here's what everybody cares about this time, because there is none. There's lots of them, and they're not fighting directly with the Democrats with anything, so you know what I'm saying? There's not like, even in 8, he was able to act like the war was the big deal. There ain't no war for him to really bitch about. There's no imminent war, at least there's no, I guess unless you call Syria or something a thing that's going to, I don't think our election's going to pivot on that though.
Is anybody going to saber rattle for the rekindling of the Cold War?
Oh, God.
Nobody wants to go
That's
to war.
my bad. No, it was Romney and Santorum, Rick Santorum. You remember that guy? So they were going neck and neck the entire time, but it was either Romney in the lead or Santorum and him battling it out until about March.
Was Santorum the dick pic guy?
No.
No, he was the really religious. He seemed like a nice guy.
He was the cheated on his wife guy then.
No, he was the guy whose wife had a miscarriage, and they like held the baby, the miscarried fetus, and like did a weird ritual, and all the liberals were making fun of him and saying how crazy he was because of it. And he was super religious, and whatever. I mean, I just remember hearing that, like, and people were telling me, like, you would vote for a guy who his wife had a miscarriage, and they hung out with the fetus for, the dead baby for, days, and I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. But before that, yeah, you know who was the outlier before them? Who was like, oh, Gingrich. Newt Gingrich was in the lead in December. So, yeah, and then Herman Cain, the last time he was popular was right around October.
Herman Cain reminded me of the guy,
yeah.
the same guy that said that the rent is too damn high. He reminded me of that guy.
Well, you were spot on. So, yeah, Herman Cain was, like, pretty much doing really well in October. Same time.
Told you so.
Yep. And that guy was popular for, like, at least a month. Like, people liked his ass.
If I remember correctly, he even got Secret Service protection for a little bit.
Oh, wait a minute. Didn't somebody just ask for that today? Did Carson and Trump?
Yeah, Carson and Trump.
Both asked for protection.
Yeah, it's good because Trump keeps pissing off fucking people that'll kill him.
I would say El Guapo, not El Guapo. What's his name?
I don't know, but he put out like $1 million or 10 million on his head or something.
My bad. I'll have to take this back again. Who?
Not El Guapo. I'm saying the name wrong. It's the guy that escaped from prison, and the son and Trump said something about him. So then his son posted the threat on Twitter or whatever.
My bad.
Chapo, El Chapo.
My bad. Can I have to retract what I said. Cain never was like the most popular. He was just popular. He never had the lead over anybody.
Okay.
I'm looking at it now. Real Clear Politics. They have like every poll, the entire Republican run from 2012. Rasmussen, CNN, Marist, Fox, ABC, Gallup, Time, all those fucking polls. McClatchy. But anyway, shit, we're fucked, dude. I don't want to even think about it. I don't even want to think about it. Trump is the man, dude. He said because Mexico's going to pay for it, okay? Mexico's going to pay for it, and Bernie said everyone's going to pay for it.
Can you do me Can you do me one favor before we give up, DB?
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me they're killing us at the border?
I can't even. I can't even.
Come on, man.
I don't even remember.
They're killing us at the border. They're killing us
in trade. He said they're killing us in trade. Yep.
You do a really good Trump. That's why I wanted. That's why I was hoping.
Well, I was practicing my Bernie the last couple of weeks.
That's scary.
Yeah. All you got to think of is him saying millionaires and billionaires. That's all he says over and over again. Millionaires and billionaires.
Somebody I was talking to the other day said something relatively upsetting. It's like, yeah, the rich are going to pay for it. I'm like, what are you talking about? The rich are going to pay for it. Oh, it's going to come out. They're going to give them more taxes, and they're going to pay for everything. And I'm like, do you even know what you're saying? You know, what is the definition of what rich is? What is the definition? What is the defined amount that they're going to raise? Do you have any clue what these programs you're talking about are going to cost? And they didn't care. That's the shitty part.
Yep. I know, like, Bernie was on the Sunday show with Stephanopoulos, and he kept drilling him, like, how are you going to pay for this? How are you going to pay for this? So, and he said, well, we're going to raise the payroll tax. And then they were like, wow, did you just say that? Because that's pretty much like raising the tax on everybody.
And
anyone who's working.
Yep.
And he said, well, it won't be a lot.
But dude, they're going to get a $15 an hour minimum wage, so it's actually going to be just fine.
it's not time to cut and run and go somewhere else. It's definitely time to stick to it and try and make it right. But sometimes I almost wish that there was another country in the world that was as cool as America. There isn't. I'm just saying that times like these, I almost wish there was. Because there's
Even if
nowhere
Hillary
to,
was president for
nowhere
8 years,
to.
we're still better off.
Well, you can retreat to further in America where you're outside of the reach of politics and everything else.
That's true. Is there a place where there's zero property tax? Like where you don't have to pay that even? You can just buy like a cabin in the woods and just not pay property taxes?
You have to have enough
Oh,
money
what's
for you.
what's the stuff in Oregon and Montana? I think Montana might have a... Or no, that might be sales tax. Never mind. I don't know.
Yeah, it's rough.
You'd have to have some type of trust set up to pay the
Yeah,
tax.
you could probably pretty easily set up a trust. I mean, just get like a little small square footage cabin and build a bunch of outbuildings that are not taxable. So, I mean, you could probably do it.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah,
but, you know, even if Hillary was president,
You're going to be eating fucking acorns and fighting squirrels and shit like that.
we're still the best country.
Oh, I agree with you 100% on that statement, DB. I think that this is the greatest nation on the planet, for sure, hands down. Like
Hey, nobody's explored Antarctica yet.
Sure
Not
they have.
fully.
Then
But nobody has like a serious land claim on it. Nobody owns Antarctica, so you could set up down there.
That's one of the ones that they agreed that it's what do you call it? It's not like global property. That's not the right word.
Neutral
But it's,
territory.
well, it's one of the ones where, like, all the nations that have science teams down there and stuff like that, like, it's open to everybody, so to speak.
Well, my point is that you could get a shitload of ammo, and then you could kill penguins for the rest of your life and eat penguin meat.
Well, then there's that. No, but see, like, if anything, that's where the thing is, and the spaceship is below the fucking crust there, and that's where the aliens have been living on the planet this whole time.
Well, that's why you have to get those new XM42 flamethrowers.
Nice. I'm down with that. In general, it doesn't even have to be aliens, but I'm down with that. Just send Kurt Russell down there, and
He said, all the nations in the world, like Denmark, Iceland. That guy.
you do a good Bernie too, man.
I'm trying. It's not good, but I'll tell you one thing.
You did do pretty good right there.
No, that was lightweight. But that was my favorite part of the debate when Hillary Clinton said, you know what, I've been to Denmark. And we're not Denmark. We're the United States, you fucking idiot. And he still saved her ass with the, I'm tired of hearing about your emails. And then she was like, me too. Thanks, Bernie.
Yeah, and they like high-fived or something, just cheese dick.
Yeah, no, she wouldn't consider him for anything.
You don't think that would be her running mate?
No way. No fucking way.
You don't think so? Because then he would be the patsy.
No way.
That seems like her style.
I'm thinking like Dianne Feinstein would be, or like Nancy Pelosi. Or Michelle Obama. That would be a killer, right? Like Vice President Michelle Obama and President Hillary Clinton. That would be the way to keep it all in the royalty. Just think of that for a second.
No,
Former First Lady
Hillary
and a former
campaign.
First Lady.
No. Have Hillary campaign, have Bill be the running mate, and then have Hillary resign. That's the plan right there.
Could he be the vice president? Could he run like?
I think it is legal.
Wow, that would be awesome.
I think that's one of the few ways that you can sort of get around the whole term limit thing.
Yeah, but he'd be constantly trying to go in the Oval Office going, oh, you don't want to do it like that, man. When I was president. I did it like this.
He even did it in a Burger King bathroom.
That's a lyric from a song.
Yeah, I think it was the Humpty Dance. It's like I even got busy in a Burger King bathroom.
You are right. Nice. Way to pull that one out of the sky.
I don't know.
Now, are you all Digital Underground with Tupac or without Tupac?
Tupac really was only like in one song, and that song annoyed me.
Well, if you remember, what was the movie with
he was a
Dan
dancer.
Aykroyd?
Yeah, it was called
Dr. and Right.
It was like Bulkovania, and it's like Nothing But Trouble or something
Yep,
like that.
you got it. That's it.
Eyes Like Us.
Nope, nothing but trouble. He played the judge in New Jersey.
Right, but he was in the band, and he was there in that movie when he was still in that band.
Yep, the song was called All Around the World, and that song really annoyed me. I like Digital Underground before them, before Tupac, I mean. Like the first album.
Tupac.
The first album was good. Very good. Second album was good.
And did he really burn out his nose with Shitty Blow? Or was there a different thing that happened while he had to wear the prosthetic schnoz?
No, that was just a gimmick. Which is a smart gimmick. Because being like a kid, people didn't know what was going on. People actually argued like, oh, that's not the same person. No, it's the same person. I wasn't gullible like that.
You were hip. You were streetwise.
I was hip to that. I was like, no, that's Shock G. Pretty sure.
Yeah, because what? The other guy looked just like him, right? But he had a regular face.
Yeah. And they were never in the same scene or interview. It's good for 10-year-olds. 11-year-olds don't know nothing.
They can't tell the difference, right?
No, sir.
Uh-oh. Where's this?
Hey, stupid question, guys. Why isn't there a tube-fed 357 Magnum autoloader out there?
Tube-fed.
No, I mean, think about it. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to do. I mean, we've made magazine-fed 1911s and 357 Magnum. There's the whole Desert Eagle thing.
Ruger,
I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to make a.
Well, Ruger made the Deerfield or the Deer Slayer, and that was in 44.
Yeah, that was a 44. So you'd think it'd be totally doable to do a 357. And the 357 should be a little bit more popular since it's a more popular, more available caliber.
They probably just don't want to have to deal with rimmed cartridges and trying to make them work in a semi-auto. But
it's not hard to do. You do it.
I was going to say
everybody does it with 22s.
That shouldn't stop innovation either.
I mean,
yeah, but what's required to eject?
It shouldn't be that hard.
Required to eject a 357 is not the same thing.
No, but you got a lot more backblast with the 357. I mean,
that's for sure. That is full
especially
show.
with the tube feed. I mean, a box magazine, okay, I can see how you might have issues with the rim cartridge, but with a tube fed, I mean, we've been doing tube fed magazines for how long?
Right, and the lever action works just fine with the 357. Had like no problem. I would like to check it out if they made one. That's for sure. I like the 357. I think it's a great round. Underutilized, or is it just that technology has started to pass it by a little?
Or maybe people just don't pay enough attention to it. I mean, look at 38. It's not like 38 really ever went out of style, but the Rugers, the LCRs have brought the 38 back a long ways. I mean, it's never going to be a high-pressure cartridge, but it still has a lot more oomph and ability to kill stuff than people have given it credit for in the past.
Well, and if you think about it, how long was the 38 special killing people before? Quite some time.
Yeah, and that's with the lead round nose.
Kappa, you'll never take me alive, Kappa. Top of the world, Ma. That is a terrible James Cagney, though. And on that note, I just killed the chat.
I'm looking at lever guns right now. I'm trying to figure something out that, I don't know, doesn't suck. It's not that lever guns suck, it's just Marlin's quality, I'm not sure I trust it anymore, and I don't want to go to the effort of finding a really old Marlin lever gun in 357. I don't like the feed mechanism on the Henrys. I don't like the fact that you have to take the tube out. I like a side port to just shove the rounds in, because I don't see the point in having to take the whole entire tube out to just top off the magazine. I mean, that's the main attraction to me with a lever gun, is that you can top off the magazine really easily.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
If I can't top off the magazine on a gun, then I may as well just go with a semi-auto or something that actually has a box magazine. I can swap the magazines really fast.
Yeah, especially when time is of the essence or whatever.
Or you're in a tree, or you're in close quarters, or you're trying to do something behind cover, or you just don't want to take a big old long tube out of the end of your gun. Hey, did Chris have a Rossi 337 at one point?
I thought so.
That's my recollection. I need to ask him about his.
Yeah, I thought he did. Yeah, he had that and a 30-30, right?
Yeah, I think that sounds right. I'll ask him about his. Hopefully he didn't ruin it loading.
Yeah, you certainly hope not. I'm out. I'll catch up with you guys later. Peace. Aloha.
See you, Z.
G-Webs. Oh, G-Webs is out. Never mind.